Good morning, everyone. Push the like button for MOASS. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. Thank you. How's everyone doing? Feeling good about Bobby today? There's one thing I really don't like. The gamma between 12 and 14 is weak as fuck. So no one's buying calls in this range. Everyone's buying like 10s and 15s. Hopefully there's enough volume to push us through that range. If not, though, it's very easy for the market maker to like just lock us up here. I have 10s and 15s. Of course you do. I'm just trying to keep the entire chat from saying, "Did you smash the like button yet?" Pure mayhem. Okay, you heard him, boys. I didn't say that. I just said it's very weak in that range. Bobby was doing some fun stuff last night. Yeah, they're trying to keep hedging outside of market hours, which is not great for us, but it's bullish. I mean, they did that on GME like in 2021. Plus, those contracts aren't expensive at all yet. They added September 10 through 14 strikes so that Gamma should flush out. Hopefully. But yeah, it's still quite weak in that range. Thoughts on buying Bobby shares at open? Well, it's probably better than buying Bobby calls at open when IV's massively spiked. Good day to sell GME CCs. Yeah, there should be a opportunity. GME might get slammed a little bit at market open. They might try to drive it under 40. If they're unsuccessful, um, that's probably a good thing. But right now, there's a little bit of positive arbitrage, which is generally good for market open. And they've got a little bit of liquidity as well. Also, we're starting to see some shares returned, which is to be expected after the ETF FTDs are cleared and those shares are made available to lend again. Full bear in your DMs. Oh, you beautiful motherfucker. I don't even know if I'm ready for this. Wait, I have to wait. I'm not bearish yet. What the fuck? Autocorrect? Cojones? Oh, nice. I can feel it in my cannon. That's fucking no. Just you should have just left it. Ding ding. Is there an at the money offering on Rev? I don't know. I haven't read their financial statement yet. There was an old one like a long time ago, but I think they already completed that. Why the fuck is the spy running? Who the fuck knows? It's fine. As long as it stays below 413.89. Is this from Susquehanna's margin call? No one knows. Maybe. That could, the entire post could just be fake. Aside from Jimmy, what was your best trade ever? Tesla. Hmm. Might be Caterpillar now, actually. It used to be Tesla. AMD was really good, but it was also like a 10-year hold. It's not quite the same. Amazon. Not until I get assigned. He said trade. I'm a long-term AMD investor. I will hold my stock with Lisa Sue until the day she dies. Sue Bay. That's right. I wonder how she'd feel about being immortalized into a body pillow for the merchandise shop. Ivy on the weekly 26C is 700%. Don't, why would you say something like that, Zap? I probably should have waited 15 minutes, but I just picked up some January 80s on Bobby. Yeah, you probably should have waited. What are your thoughts on the 950K GME shares available to short today? We expect GME shares to be returned during this period, right? They're clearing ETF FTDs. This makes shares available. Those shares are then lent. This is not abnormal. It's not weird. It's not crime. Now they can lend them and they can fail all over again. Rev finna go downtown and buy itself something nice. Where are Bobby Gex? It's in the daily. Seems like you're correct. They're trying to push under 40 for GME. Not successful yet, though. Pretty low volume today, too. Volume will drop off. More shares will become available to borrow over the next 2 days. If we break Gamma Max again today, Gamma will collapse and the price will drop. So be prepared for that, especially moving into next week. That's good. I know people think it's a bad thing for the price to drop, but it's really not. It gives people a chance to re-enter. It also confirms the effects that we want to see on the stock for an OPEX run. So, that and then large amounts of in the money put volume traded yesterday could also indicate entropic hedging, which is also bullish for OPEX. The ideal OPEX setup for a solid run in August is they slam the fucking price like $33, maybe even 30. I know no one wants to see the price of the stock drop, but it would be ideal. 1150 and 12 going in the money and after hours last night. Do they need to hedge those strikes today? No. They don't have to hedge shit, which is shown by their lack of hedging all day yesterday and massive amounts of internalization. Can you go back to the good days where GME is 6x the SPY upside so I can sell covered calls? I miss that too. Yeah, we hit quite a peak of illiquidity there. And then, there was a lot of call interest at the time too. That was pre-split. BBY FTDs being cleared against active fund selling? Probably. Probably also not a lot of BBBY FTDs being generated, right? Like, BBBY is not going to really fail at a spectacular rate. It's extremely liquid. More liquid than GameStop, in fact. I mean, like, you could just look at the bid ask, right? Like, GME's got, a 13 to 15 cent spread, and BBBY, it's a penny. CC Gang with a breath of relief on that statement. No, that depends. We can still move up to Gamma Max today on T+2 hedging. I would be patient before jumping into covered calls. You sold CCs at 55 and 60, just 55. Rev predictions for today. I don't really have any. I know it has some elevated FTDs today, which may have already just been covered here. Well, no, that's not sufficient volume at all. I think they released an earnings report. I don't know if they had like a formal earnings, but I think they released a report. I haven't read it yet. But yeah, I'm not concerned. I mean, the market maker's not really pricing down implied volatility very much. So, mm, if anything, more entry for potentially next week, or more entry opportunities, I should say. Updated Greeks today? No, I haven't heard back from JFresh yet. As soon as I do, I'll post him. He's he's got like work stuff, so he's been a little busy this week. Gamma Max from GME is like around $45. Do you think it will be a rapid or a slow climb to Gamma Max if it happens? Probably pretty rapid. And if it crosses Gamma Max, I don't know how high the volatility could carry us. It's unlikely to carry us to 50. There's a big gap in gamma there, but if it were to, we could spike kind of hard, like 15%. It's $10 by then on the table. What else could I do? Rev 10C for 819. I don't love the 819 calls. They're a little short dated, right? You consider rolling CCs down? I might. Yeah. I sold 55s on Jimmy for next week. Does it make sense to buy them back now and sell at a lower price after the expected rise in price? You could. Yeah. I mean, if you want to try to capture higher premiums on them. I mean, most of the people in here have work stuff, but that doesn't stop us from paying attention. Yeah, but his work stuff has taken him abroad. Sorry if you already covered it, and for asking again, but just checking in. Straight shorting on Bobby or what's going on? Was expecting a bunch of gags at open. Oh, there's gags, but why would it be at open? Like I said, until some gamma builds up between $12 and $14, it's gonna be very easy for the market maker to stabilize us in this price range. Why are 75K in open interest for BBBY Jan 2023? Is this RC's play? Is that the $20 call or is that the 20th of January? I think there's way more open interest for January than 75,000, or there was. Um, options, interest. There's like 354,000 open interest for January. Oh, are you talking about at the $80 strike? No, that's not RC. That's idiots who bought the same contract as RC. Based on the amount of out of the money puts, I don't think there's any volatility hedging going on there. So it's not the same like GameStop. Or deep out of the money puts, I should say. The Doomps. I just created my first live covered call trade. I couldn't have done it without you. Riku. Riku to you too, sir. If we have another NoPax, we can assume they've given up playing the volatility for GME. If we have another NoPax, then September becomes very interesting. So, obligations from the split could be written forward to August, or they could be written forward to September. I think September is more likely because it's a futures expiration date, and also this is where the ETF rebalances. I'll probably write a DD on this weekend, but I'll cover it real quick here. I think we're still very much on the F-man cycle, but I think Feb got delayed, and we saw it run in March. Or, well, Feb got delayed, and this would be March. That's May. Sorry. So Feb got delayed and run in March. Then we ran in May. And the next expected run should be August. But I think if August is delayed or a NOPEX, right? Then, that makes September compelling like March again. And if this is true, this also explains why, June was kind of nothing. Because if we're still running on F-man, those offset OPEX periods shouldn't yield any like price action, right? Because they can always write their forwards out. So we'll see how it turns out. But yeah, I feel like if we have nothing for August, those ETF split obligations are going to be really, really interesting. Does that require surgery? I don't know. You'd have to ask him. Sega's running. Did it run before the rest of the market last time? Maybe a good omen. No. Did I get stopped out of my calls on that? I know I said stops. What's it doing? Oh, I might have. Hmm. Yes, I did. Well, that sucks. Poop. Why is there a gap? Bobby's not on MJSD, so the September options chain was recently opened while Bobby was trading at a very low price. Carbon based. Riku, let's fucking go. Thank you so much. Riku to you too, sir. BBY going back below 10. It could, yeah. Not right now, but it could. For those of us with CCs, do you think there's a high chance of a rapid rise today in any of the stocks? It's possible, yeah. GME has T plus 2. BBBY has some T plus 2 obligations, although I do expect that to be far greater tomorrow on T plus 2 from Monday, where it saw the most significant move in its price action. Nasdaq futures are dropping off a cliff. Yeah, I know. I saw that this morning. They're getting hit pretty hard. It's okay. My Tesla puts are fun. You didn't read the first part. Fuck. What? Well, did it get censored? I don't know. I don't know if I read the first part or not. You said F man Riku, and then you said you didn't read the first part, F man. Just fully recovered from June's rug pull eponymous. Thanks for all you do. Congratulations, man. Thanks, Bo. Took profits on CCs I thought were going to be underwater. Gonna sell again at a peak. Nice. Yeah, I should probably buy these back. Do 68. We're up 30% since yesterday. That's solid, right? I can buy that back. Jesus fucking Christ, shut up. Could they have written some 6-month contracts from March to get to September? If they knew they were gonna reg show in June, no. I don't think it's 6 months. It's too far. The forward contracts are only allowed for 1 quarter. Otherwise, they'd have to use some other instrument. So it would be like June, July, August, and then the ETF rebalances in September. So it'd be 1 quarter It'd be the next quad witching. So if they wrote the forward contracts to XRT when they reg showed it in June, then that would make sense. Like September would make sense. What if CPI comes in lower? It probably will. I mean, there's a good chance that CPI comes in like at and not elevated, or at least core inflation does. I don't think it'll be bullish either way though. The jobs report was really bad. Remember, deflation is just as bad or worse than inflation. Yes, you said F, man. Oh, that's like the like OCC schedules for options. Today should be a good day to close August BBY calls to roll out given an opportunity. Yeah, I mean, if you get an opportunity. $50K ask for Rev at 850. Exciting. Rev's still pretty stable in this range. I think they have slightly higher FTDs today. Man, they're really fucking trying to get it back to 10. I woke up this morning singing the Pigeon Wheel song. My wife was concerned and confused and said that's why she has a boyfriend. Makes sense. Is Sherwin-Williams making a head and shoulder on the daily, or does the earnings gap down make it not as likely? No, it kind of looks like shit. Might move back to like 230, 227. It broke up, but this isn't bullish. This isn't really like a head and shoulders though. It's like a big earnings sell-off. It bounced. It's failing to hold the upper range at like 250 and starting to drop down. If you're looking to go long on it, I'd wait. If you're looking to go short on it, probably not terrible. Just not a lot of range, right? Like it might only move down to like 27, which is, I mean, it's a few bucks. There could be worse plays, I guess. Have you seen the Golden Cross theory? Oh, Jesus Christ. Just anything that people can be bullish on. Golden crosses are a long-term signal. They're not always that reliable. They don't always continue to cross. Sometimes they throw false signals. So whatever the theory is, remember that. Fucking boomer investor signals. Like, I'm gonna buy all my stocks on the Golden Cross at the top. This is what happens. Boomers fucking buy into Golden Crosses. Golden Crosses are a cross of the 200 MA and the like the 50 MA right here at that intersection. On the daily, not any shorter time frame, and it's completely fucking invalid. But boomers always buy their stocks here. And then, you know, a lot of the times this just gets rejected. Like it doesn't cross. You don't get like 2 years of growth. Tesla keeps failing VWAP. Good sign for the 860 puts, right? Yeah. Tell me I'm right, because that's what I did. I still have next Friday, so I feel okay about it. Nice. A little short dated, but nice. Yeah, Tesla failing VWAP multiple times is a good sign for another push to the downside. So yeah, golden crosses are meh. Now, if they're confirmed, don't get me wrong. If they're confirmed and the 50 crosses up and stabilizes up, then they're pretty good. But this is also like a long entry, like a two-year, 5-year entry. And ideally, you want to buy at the bottom of that, right? Like you don't want to buy the fucking top of a golden cross. So it's useless. You buy the death cross. That's the trick. You wait for a death cross, you buy the shit out of the bottom, and then you hope it goes back up. It's like 2.2 million FTDs from July 5th. Nice. We'll see how they're able to resolve those. You know, market maker FTDs generally aren't carried forward, right? So if those were resolved the next day, I'd be careful with that. So trade spotting's a boomer, I guess. If people use golden death cross on smaller time frames, they shouldn't. Yeah, I mean you can use a 50-200 MA cross, but it's not a golden cross on the lower time frames. Not truly. Second chance at BBBY $20 19 August 22 calls. I guess you could. I mean I don't like August 19 $20. I don't know if it'll hit that. Did you buy back your covered calls? I did. We saw it going to 29.33 before move up. Yeah, that's pretty spot on. 29 seems a bit low, but it's possible. We could hit it with some volatility. If we get any downside volatility, which we haven't for a long time. SPY resistance next, 410 then. 407. Have you seen anything between of significance? Then 407? I don't know if it's 407 after that. 410, 409 is going to be a pretty hard resistance. A breakdown from 409 is like very bearish, actually. Like 409.50. But yeah, the next big resistance is at 407.20. Jesus fucking Christ. So much internalization. Oh man. think there's a good rev entry, 807, IV dropping on Jan 2335s. It hasn't dropped much, but it's down a little. I don't think the leaps are that great of an entry. The stock price is not bad. If is Rev gonna go bankrupt? What happens to our shares if it goes bust? You lose everything. Which CCs did you buy back? I mean, they just got a $1.4 billion loan. I don't think they're going bankrupt immediately. Well, technically they are already going bankrupt, but you still have your VIX August 16, 22 calls. No. Oh, maybe. August 17? $25 calls? Yeah, I have those. They're actually doing okay today. I finally took the leap and opened up my first ever live options contract today, selling a $50 August 22 CC on GME. I couldn't have done it without you, Girk. Thank you for teaching me how to be more than a super stonk, bumming, diamond-handed neckbeard. Riku, treat your Philadelphia wife to a nice cheesesteak, Dan Almighty, and congratulations. They should use that loan to buy back the float. They absolutely fucking should. You know what's weird is Carl pointed out to me this morning that Revlon's investor relation website says that the free float is like 3.62 million shares. Is someone shorting Bobby? They're trying to push the price down. Win puts on EPAM. I think you might have missed the window for that. Oh, maybe not. Maybe EPAM just doesn't care about anything anymore. Jesus Christ, have we even gotten stopped out on this? Oh yeah, I did. Okay. Last time I was here, the price was 183. Is MOASS over? The fucking stock split. Oh, interesting. All the same. So much exposure. I was on their website for a good long while. I didn't see anything like that. Well, since I need to prove it to you. Well, half my gains from yesterday are gone. Yep. So if Bobby stays above 10, you feel bullish on a gamma VOP. Yeah, it may not though. Like they're trying really fucking hard to push it below 10, right? Get themselves some of that sweet, sweet long side capitulation. Because if there's one thing that's true about retail, they can't hold a losing position. Like stock price, retail does this: buy, sell, sell, and then buy. Why you gotta do me like that? It's fucking true. You guys have options that go up like 20%, and then they're down 5, and you're like, I gotta sell this. I'm gonna lose everything. You've been looking at my transaction history again, haven't you? Well, it's either that or it's like this. It's like buy, 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 buy. Big buy here. Sell. How dare you? Guess who has 2 thumbs and got stopped out on his BBY calls at a hefty profit? This guy. Congratulations, popcorn trader. Man, they're really fucking trying to get both of these below that exposure. It's very exciting. You're forgetting Pulte bought GME yesterday. What, like 5 shares? What's your preferred Bobby Leap? It was 5 and 7. Now, probably 10, but I'd wait for it to drop below 10. Or Rev FTDs do T plus 35, unless they were already resolved. Is BBBY dead? It's only as dead as people let it be. So if buy pressure, if like long side capitulates to the minimal downside price action today, then yeah, BBBY will die. If longs keep buying and put the pressure on it, then it's got a good shot. I took my profits at market open for Bobby, turned 4K into 10K. Thanks, Skirk. My first big options investment paid off. BBBY re-entry below 10. Thoughts? I mean, that's where they're going to try to get the price. That's the ideal range for them. Because it keeps them from having to cover any gamma exposure tomorrow. So something about RBBY about this. Well, they didn't say they were announcing anything about Bye Bye Baby, but they did say that they were going to announce like a strategy for moving forward. But if they successfully drop the price enough, won't they not have to cover it? That's correct. Well, generally an FTD squeeze would lead to a short squeeze. HA. But that's what we're waiting for on Rev, is for FTDs to keep compounding. I got a bunch of Rev. Jan 23, 35 Cs, 10% in the red. You think I should just average down eventually or sell these and buy back later, risking missing a potential run? I mean, if you sell, you may not be able to buy them back cheaper later. Like, I bought in the first set of leaps I bought at like 0.3. And they haven't gone below like 0.20 since, I think. Well, actually, at one point they hit 0.9. I'm still too much of a degen for options, so I bought 300 of BBBY at 11.50, 200 of Rev at 8.15 this morning at open. Of course, they've gone down since. Please whisper to me softly that I'll have a decent opportunity at profit in the next 30 days. 30 days. Maybe. At least you don't have theta. So that's a plus. AMD below 100, same like free money. Right now, below 90, I would say. Maybe even 80. If the market slips, AMD is going to fall with it. So be careful with that. 1,400 people are lazy poop heads. It appears that the trading statistics page on Revlon site doesn't have a link within the site. You have to enter from the web search or with the link. Interesting. That's weird. Why did the rev styling reference the float at only 3.6 million? That might be what the free float is. Actually, that is what the free float is, right? Because that's what it's declared at by the company. When are they going to gex us? Well, they're trying not to. That's the goal today. Try to get the price down, get people to sell out of their calls. Right? Like the more $10 Bobby calls they can get people to sell, and the more $40 GME calls they can get people to sell, the less they have to hedge. You think we see GME below 38 by Friday? Friday 12th. Hmm. We should. It's 2 days to fall off. Yeah, I mean, we should see it below 38 by Friday. But not, we might not. It really depends on what happens today and early tomorrow. Like if we move up today and stabilize on tomorrow's ETF FTDs, we may move down slower initially. With a bigger move down next week. If you look at Rev Jan 7.5 Cs, are they mispriced? They're pretty cheap, actually. 2.85. Isn't all that $10 Gex Jan 23? That doesn't mean people aren't going to sell their profitable calls, right? Rev September 10 Cs, pretty safe. Not bad. Not safe, but not bad. Are they that much cheaper than January's? Rev, 1 to 2 year long game? I don't think so. I don't think it'll take that long. Long game, maybe, but not 1 to 2 years. What would be a good entry for shares on Revlon? 750 and $5 are my like price targets for buying more shares. Sorry if I miss it, but I'm genuinely curious. Is MOASS even possible in your eyes anymore? Percent of confidence? I'm at about 2% at this point. I don't think MOASS as, like super stonk defines it has ever been possible. Um, like going into millions of dollars a share is ridiculous. A squeeze or, like a gamma squeeze or a Volgavana squeeze, those have a lot more potential in my mind. If not, the high volatility is a MOASS of its own. Opinion on selling $45 calls for August 26th on GME. Too far out. I wouldn't sell calls into an OPEX period. Even if the confidence in that OPEX period is low. Even on like shitty OPEXs, we can move up like 10%, 20%. If you could serve some traditional German food, would be schnitzel or bratwurst? Schnitzel. That shit's delicious. Why do all the brokers of the free float so wrong? They just get their data from like Morningstar or whatever. No one, because everything's synthetic, nobody actually gives a flying fuck what the free float is. It's not like an important data point that they're gonna like do due diligence on. 3.6 million, and how many fails are we averaging per day? For GME? Or for Revlon? Revlon seems to be above like it's between like 30 and 50% failure rate during high volume. Yeah, I heard about Susquehanna possibly getting margin called. I mean, it's not confirmable, right? Unless Susquehanna wants to write like the Wall Street Journal article about how they're getting margin called. I don't think we're going to see any verification of that. Also, they can survive a $50 billion margin call. They have plenty of money. Why a 50K sell wall on Rev at 850? Someone's willing to sell 50,000 shares at 850? How's BBBY? They're trying to grind it down below $10. Is there a benefit in buying Jan calls over June on Rev when they're similarly priced? Probably not. If the price difference isn't a big deal to you, and you're gonna get the same amount of leverage either way, having more theta never hurts. Can you explain why MM bothered to cover FTD for Rev if they're going bankrupt anyway? Well, they don't want to, obviously, but they're not going bankrupt, right? And that's kind of upset the apple cart. You reposition with the profit at the money leaps. Nice. It's almost 10:30. Maybe we start to see a little positive price action. I feel like the market's been working against us most of the morning too, which isn't helping. DMs. Entire float is in the money at $9 based on total OI from last night. Fuck. That's a good reason to keep it off of 850, right? I would check against the OI this morning though, Carl, because the nighttime OI isn't correct ever. Velvet Jupiter. Oh. What option strikes are you targeting for GME towards Wednesday of this and next week? I'm not targeting any option strikes for GME this week. Towards the end of this week. Probably wait till next week. I don't know. It depends on what price we settle at. If we settle at like 33 or 35. If we drop below 33, I'll probably start buying some like 35s and some further out of the money calls at like 60. No problem, Matilda. Revs reported FF was like 5.9. Did they say something today? Reported FF. The free float? I mean, on their investor relations website, it says 3.62. Um, I didn't read the earnings report today, but if it reports it at 5.9, then that would be the most up to date. What happened to Bobby? They're trying to grind the $10 call gamma down. Read it aloud if you like. Discord muted? No. You're still holding your CVNA calls for September? Yeah. But I'm probably going to move the position out to January. I think I want to be in it longer anyway. When using Henkin Ashi candles, to use wicks, then draw trend lines. I don't use the wicks generally, unless I have to. Rev is dry as fuck today in volume. I see that. Why Jimmy calls this month? Isn't OPEX September? No. OPEX is August. Well, we're looking at August. I'll be buying September calls for August. And getting exposure. Especially if they drop the price hard over the next like week and a half. If you happen to have a couple of $6 BBBY leaps, would you just sit tight and see if it moves higher in the next few days? Probably, yeah. True or false? The SPY's setting up pretty close to mirroring the June 8th, 14th mega dump. Yeah, it does look a lot like that, doesn't it? What happens if the whole float gets locked via DRS, in your opinion? Absolutely nothing. First of all, I don't think that'll ever happen. So it's a hypothetical based on pure conjecture that it will cause some sort of event. Um, Second of all, I think GameStop will just release shares before it ever happens in order to maintain liquidity and continue its NYSE listing requirements. Hey Greg, I have a port under 10K. I'm thinking about converting to a margin account to get away from GFAs. I already have 2/3 for this year. What is superior about cash versus margin? No pattern day trader rules. So on a cash account, you can trade every day. On a margin account, you have PDT until you hit 25,000, which is a pain in the ass. If you're at GameStop, what would be the best time to announce something big? Before OPEX or after? Does it matter at all? Like, announce what? It doesn't really matter, I guess. Before OPEX, I mean, probably the best time. Puts more pressure on it. There's only some CSP on Rev, and I got my options rejected because they're only closing transactions. What gives? It's the strike you chose, Waddles. The strike and date you chose. I think like the Jan $8 strike is PCO only for some reason. Is this a good time to get at 812 $8 cover calls or wait for more theta decay crush? I like my shares. I assume you're referring to Bobby? It just means it's just short for portfolio, Gerald. Why does 25K have to be in cash in order for you to not be a pattern day trader? Yeah, you have to have a 25,000 in cash collateral. I love how people think I'm serious, even though I've been writing dumb comments like that for a year now. It's true, but not everyone knows who you are, right, David? Class A common stock par value 0.01 per share, 900 million authorized shares authorized. The difference is 2,985,000. Interesting. Huh. Someone was supposed to PCO the Gen 80 call but messed up. Anyone know when CPI results are released? Tomorrow. Tomorrow at, what is it, 8:30? I think it's 8:30. Yeah. Core inflation and inflation rate year over year. Or tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. And then wholesale inventories at 10 a.m. Seems illegal or at least unethical. I have no idea. And it's weird because you can buy the $8 strike on other dates. You can buy the 750 strike. So it's not like it's just that strike for some reason. Which is ironically the price they seem to be trying to keep the stock at. 25K in cash and stocks to PDT. Yeah, it can be stock also. Cat doesn't die, just doesn't die. No, it's doing pretty well lately, actually. Feels good to be 70% up on a stock that is down 10 on the day. I have a question for you. What option should I buy? I'm looking to make 100 million by the end of the week. King Christ. You waiting for Gex today before selling more CCs? I don't think we're gonna get it. I think they're gonna be successful in driving us below 40. I'll wait. I mean, I don't care, right? I'm gonna sell like 1,000 covered calls, so I really don't give a shit. But it would be nice to get the spike, so I don't have to sell so many. Rev might be dead. I don't think so. Seems fine. Panicky, Jesus. I just want to say thank you for helping me with my wrinkles. I just made my first real profit on BBBY 819 5C, bought for $1.35, sold for $5.48. So 406% up on that one. Am I learning? Thanks again, buddy, for letting me hang out and learn. Congratulations, Ryan. Sounds like it. Good job on taking some profits, man. The more I try and validate info with Rev, the more bullish I get. Oh boy. Yeah, I agree. Oh boy. Since Siga's running, should we expect Rev to run? Puts on tinfoil hat. I mean, I guess they could do a share offering. No, I don't think so, actually. Would you consider doubling down on BBY options with the price drop? I bought some more. Especially if we bought at the top yesterday. I mean, if you're trying to average down, if it holds 10 into tomorrow, it could get pretty spicy. If longs capitulate today, which, they're doing to some degree, and get scared off by the low IV and the drop in price, which they will, but in great enough quantities, then, they could defeat the hedge by dropping the price another 35 cents. Seem to be excited about a bearish DM. But no, there's no. What was the bearish DM? Oh, there's a full bear song, but it's not. I'm not playing it right now. I'm not bearish right now. I'm doing bull things. Some 7, 8, and 13 strikes. I'll be bearish later today into tomorrow, most likely. Or if Jamie falls below $40. Why did you sell your covered calls? I bought them back at a profit. I'm going to sell them lower. I bought them back at a 30% profit, which was like 7 grand, roughly. That's not bad for a day's work. Rev is barely alive. How can it be dead already? When would you consider it past the point to see any Gex spikes today? Uh, this afternoon, probably. Or on a failure of the resistance, which is rapidly approaching. Bev $8 call for Rev is also PCO. Broker called me yesterday when I tried to buy Jan 8. Oh, interesting. Why? Did they give a reason? Like, we can't see the OCC memos, but there has to be a reason. Everyone jumped into Rev. You said it'd be pretty tame for the next week or two. Everyone's mad and acts surprised it's tame. Yeah, I know. But we discussed this. I made a video about it, right? Like, I jumped into Rev, and some other people jumped in around the same time, and they made like 400%. So they're very happy just holding their shit until the next run. A lot of other people jumped in at the peak because they were like, oh, this looks really good. And now they're underwater and holding, and that's a harder position to be in. Will you be selling in the money cover calls and Jamie later today if we fall below 40? Probably, yeah. We're falling below 40 right now, aren't we? Very close. I don't know if I might not sell them in the money. I might just sell them at like 45. But I'm waiting. I'm not in a big rush. Everything down today. What was I looking for? Gross. It was something I was just going to look up. What it was. When will VXX break out? I mean, if the market comes down hard. Took some profit on Bobby yesterday, but left some to ride. Are we expecting more upward market forces on Bobby in the near term? Otherwise, just exit position while it's still up. Here's the deal. If you sell, it's going to go down. If everyone sells, it's definitely going down. There will be no more upside. So, you know, there is briefly here a window for, you know, a potential gamma squeeze. If everyone sells and everyone takes profit, it won't happen. But you have to look out for yourself. So make your own decision. With the CPI data coming out tomorrow, do you think the SPY will fall below 400? I mean, it could. I don't know what the CPI data is going to be tomorrow. New monkeypox resistance foundation. You said if they tank us before OPEX, it's a good thing for GMA. I missed my Kofa. Sorry. I was trying to look something up, but I can't remember what I was looking up. I don't know if you mentioned this. Okay. Oh, thanks for all the hard work I'm putting up with the derptastic degens. I'm checking my way out of the money SPY puts are at the 10/21 expiry to hedge against a crash late August, mid-September. What are good Vega Delta IVs to check? Would you like to stack contracts on between 2 and 300 strikes? You think it's gonna go to 2 or 300? I wouldn't fucking touch options that far out of the money with your portfolio, Gerald. So yeah. that's my opinion on that. I currently don't have any SPY puts below 390. It's also because RevInfo keeps getting more bullish these past days, and that makes people FOMO. They think that because info got more bullish, that means VUPs tomorrow. Yeah, I know, I understand. I'm not really concerned. Yeah, I know the 10Q and 8K came out today. I still need to read through it. I just want to play volatility, but yeah, spy puts are expensive. I mean, if you want to play volatility, why not just buy VIX calls? Why are you waiting to sell CCs on GME? Just a high premium? Why are you waiting? I sold some yesterday. I bought them back today. There's gamma exposure that I'd like to see resolved, and there's still ETF FTDs tomorrow. They're not very high, but they exist. Will you sell CCs on Bobby after tomorrow? Probably, yeah. Especially if price action's defeated. Bobby hasn't broken below 10 yet, though. Does it need to close under 40 to dodge the Gex? GME has its gamma hedging due today. Um, so no. BBBY needs to close above 10 for there to be gamma hedging tomorrow. Of the three stocks, which are you more bullish on in the next week or two? I'm not really bullish on anything for the next like 2 weeks. Well, week and a half. I think all of them are gonna drop. Holders of shares of the company's Class A common stock could experience a complete loss on their investment, depending on the outcome of Chapter 11 cases. Bullish. Excuse me, sir. I was to understand that there would be grandma exposure on this stream. We'll see. Rev included in the drop? I'd probably, yeah. I don't think it has a lot going on until like the middle of next week. Significant shorting going on with BBY, GME, AMC. Does that give you more confidence in OPEC's run for August? I don't think this shorting is very significant. But yeah, if we get a lot more shorting, that will definitely increase my confidence for an August OPEC's run. Buying theta and waiting for a thesis to play out is so boring. I know. How can Rev be affected by any market news when it's contained in 0 ETFs? I mean, it can't, right? It's not, well, it's still contained in mutual funds, and some of those are actively traded, but the effect is probably minimal. I just bought my GME options back for 60% off Riku. Awesome. Very, very nice. I sold 47.50 GME September 2nd CC for 360 yesterday. Did I mess up? I mean, you sold covered calls into an OPEX period, but if you buy them back before then, you'll probably be fine. When are people going to understand that Rev is a fully degenerate play? There was nothing bullish in their earnings report. I don't know. I don't care about their earnings, right? They're already bankrupt. Who gives a shit what their earnings are? Down $15 on 700K volume. What? GME? GME is not down $15. It's down $3. Stop multiplying fucking stop trying to assess GME's price and volume based on its price and volume before the split. It's no longer the same. Before the CPI release, there are usually news from White House, others that inflation would be elevated. But CPI released tomorrow and it's silent. You think this means they know that CPI will be good? No, not necessarily. I mean, they know that CPI is probably going to be about even or only slightly elevated. Accordingly, we cannot assure you of the liquidity of an active trading market, your ability to sell your shares of Class A common stock when desired. If Jimmy was down 15, I would be buying it like crazy. Sam, I feel like everybody's freaking out. How soon we forget that Bobby was at $6 4 days ago? Yep, people are panicky and weak-willed. More importantly, largely stupid. Um, so it's just ignore it, right? If you have confidence in your position, don't pay attention to what other people say or how they feel. Never pay attention to how they feel. CCs are very exciting on sideways days where IV drops. Yes, they are. 0.25 point bar rate bump on BBY at Fidelity. Now 0 shares available at 2.25%. Nice. CPI good, spy tanks. CPI negative, spy tanks. CPI neutral, spy moons. Just because no one knows what else to do but buy. Hey Gurk, I'm a long-time lurker and hardly ever speak in chat. I just want to say thank you for the money I made the past few days. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Lee. I appreciate that. Congratulations, man. But you did it. You did it on your own. Someone buy my Rev 10 Leaps. They're currently the cheapest on the Craigslist options chain. For sale or trade for December 23 Rev 10C. Jimmy's Gex run starting? We'll see. It bounced back above 40, so that's positive. Is people freaking out about downward price action are the same ones changing lanes frantically in traffic in the futile hopes that they'll save half a second on their commute. Yeah. They're like the guy that rushes past you at 60 miles per hour to just stop at the same stoplight like 20 feet ahead. I'm a bear. Congratulations, Matthew Flores. You sell weekly Jimmy covered calls or monthly? Weekly, sometimes bi-weekly. Almost never monthly. The only time I'll sell monthlies is after like an actual OPEX run. And even then I usually sell them like 3 weeks out. Can I get the Dillionaire song? Fuck yeah. Welcome aboard. Did you get it all hooked up already? I know you like messaged me in the chat yesterday. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go. What's your hot take on Rev published bar rate dropping significantly in the last day from over 300 to 170%? Also, thank you for the pep talks. More shares became available, and the demand is lower right now. What's the trigger price for a new bear song? I don't know yet. What are your thoughts on tomorrow's CPI data? Gas came down, so did food, is what's being reported. Yeah, gas and food are both down. But other costs are up. Like new cars are up. I think they expect like consumer goods prices to rise. Something else. What was the other thing? I was like, reading the. It depends on whose report you read, but gas, most importantly, is down. Hmm. Explain the difference between buying Rev, Jan 10C, or 35C. One's closer to the money. One's indifferent to the current price. One is very delta sensitive. Well, they're both pretty delta sensitive, actually. But one is less delta sensitive than the other. AMTX dead. Probably everything's red today. Oh, awesome. The price and volume fluctuations have been due in large part to trading activity by retail investors and or short sellers, further increasing volatility. Why are you reading all the disclaimers from the fucking Revlon earnings? What's your reasoning for selling shorter dated cover calls? I assume there's a smart strategy behind it. If you sell them farther dated, you'll get assigned. They also decay faster. Yeah, rents are up. Do far out of the money calls actually get hedged by MMs, or the 35Cs on Rev just a way for MMs to get liquidity? I mean, they should be hedged. They have a pretty high delta. X looks like it could run up over 30 again. Yeah, promising. I could definitely see it hitting 26. It's still very early for commodities, I think. But if it's something you want to hold for some time, it's probably worth it. BBY closes. What is the timeline to cover the Gex? Are we looking at a Volga Vana repeat to the sneeze? Can you rephrase that? If BBY closes, what, above 10? What's the timeline to cover Gex? Tomorrow? I don't know if I've ever been more bullish for a debtor after reading such a horrid 10Q. On that note, since rev calls are down, good time to buy more Jans. Could be, yeah. I mean, they're not that cheap. They're still quite expensive. 35s are down a little bit, but I'm not really looking to buy them until they hit like ideally sub 100. Everything's red today except cat. Yep. Bobby stays under 10 or cover calls back on the menu. Sure. How low do you think BBBY will go? If it fails to hold 10 today, it could drop to like 8. If they're effectively avoid having to hedge Gex on Bobby, how does that impact your short long-term perspective on Bobby price target? I have $105 Jan 23 calls. I kind of don't give a shit. Obviously we would need another pump, which we probably won't see until OPEX. But the price action over the last couple days should generate a fat stack of obligations at some point. Rev is purely a squeeze play. Yes. It's either hit or fail. I think the chances for it hitting are very high, though. People don't buy theta to exercise early, no? Okay, so if you sell a 7 or 14-day call, these decay very quickly. A 30-day call decays over time. You generally don't have a 30-day window between upside price action, one upside price action move on GameStop and the next. Which means at some point, this is going to go back in the money with very little time left until expiry. If BBY closes above 10, sorry, it seems like there's a liquidity runaway sitting on the chain, and the NASDAQ does not have DMMs, so it seems like there's no breaks if BBBY moves bigly. I mean, there's some breaks, right? They can churn it through dark pools and shit. We saw dark pool utilization jump on BBBY massively yesterday in an attempt to keep the price flat, right? There's still methods of internalization. They're just not as effective as they are on NYSE. But yeah, I agree. If it closes above 10, it gets real interesting. Especially if like the 11, 12, 13, and 14 strikes fill in today. The problem is people are going to capitulate. They're going to sell. They're losing money. Ivy's grinding down. It looks scary, and they're not going to hold. If they do hold, then we can see some significant price improvement this week. Is there any feasible way for Bobby to actually close above 10? Yeah, people could like stop paper handing and start buying more. Nice, Nexus. Honestly, the FOMO for BBY on Wall Street bets has been crazy from what I could tell. So many doing weekly YOLOs. If this streaks down below 10 or just trades sideways, crushing IV, we can see some bad capitulation. Absolutely, yeah. I have about 70,000 pounds invested in Jimmy, Bobby, LRC, long term. I have 20 to 30K to make money fast, 6 months. What do you recommend? Well, not recommend. Please don't say overtime. I mean, you can probably, if you already have like a large GME and BBBY position, I feel like you could probably just profit off of covered calls till you get more comfortable deciding that second factor for yourself. People getting out of BBBY en masse. there's definitely like long side capitulation. Most people aren't holding positions that can withstand this downward price action, right? So yeah, big fucking negative delta on the day. Just lots of sold calls. And even I have my limit. Boom, 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 boom. Options. This 19th. 45. Oops. Yeah, selling covered calls. Dun, 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 dun. I sold 12s on Bobby. Hold those. How dare you hit the sell button? You shill. Yeah, pretty much. That was 19. Let's now give me 19. Let's 38. 25. Enough time? No. Oh, it's 26. Ugh. 37.50. Not enough. September. Ooh, better. Oh, only so 2? Son of a bitch. I hope this bounces back. Loving Rev right now. What active traders? Well, this is lame. I'm just gonna hold my Jan 5Cs. Yeah, I'm holding my Jan 5s and my Jan 7s. Did the Big Bobby puts get burned? Yeah, they did. Really, really bad. Still bullish on it. Just needs to ease off. It'll be a little bit, I think. Options, no. Gimme. Wait, did I sell all the Bobby calls? Fuck. Yeah. And then options. GME. It's 19th. Calls 40. FI. 310. Okay. And do $40. Oh. Cool. Stop selling off calls. It's dead already. This is the market. Bullish 1 minute, bearish the next. Welcome aboard.
Red, I can be green, I can be violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I like. I can be red, I can be green, I can be violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I like. I can be red, I can be green, I can be violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I like. I can be red, I can be green, I can be violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I'd like. I can be red, I can be green, I can be violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I'd like. I can be red, I can be green, I can be violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I'd like.
Bear song slaps. Did you ever beat Elden Ring? No. Don't play this anymore. I feel like the bearish song should be more exuberant too, but it is what it is. At least none of us bought HKD over $2,000. That's true, right? Imagine doing that. They're pickling my Rev is not a safe play. It's incredibly dangerous. We think it will squeeze, yes, but it's literally lighting money on fire if it doesn't pan out. It's a garbage company that a bunch of degenerates shorted and a bunch of retail degenerates are trying to squeeze. Listen, I got $50,000 worth of free shares, Gurks BMG. I'm bullish as fuck on it. Is there only option with Rev to bore people out of it? Pretty much, yeah. He's right, but he's out of line. I just sold my options at the bottom because I had a work call. Your DD about retail trading was true. I know. It was a risk, but I wanted the tone to match the big sides of bearishness. No, bearishness is just a different kind of bullishness. Now I don't feel like exuberant about my bearishness. Now I'm sad. Sad day. I got 1,000 shares for free too, and I'm bullish as anyone else, but I'm not wrong. No, you're not. It's a super fucking risky play. When is the next Bobby entry? Probably next week. Maybe I shouldn't rename it Big Sads. Maybe Full Bear will be something different. Ooh. You know, bearish is just full bull on volatility, right? Is BBBY Gex under a T+2 canceled? Right now? Yeah. BBBY Gex is currently fucked. It's trading 50 cents below the gamma that they needed to hedge tomorrow. You gonna sell CCs on Rev this week? Ooh, I should, shouldn't I? Are they even worth it though? Fuck it. Ah, God, that's so much more unpredictable though. Well, fuck it. Yeah, $10 will be fine. I don't give a shit. Oop, nope, I have 11 here. I have 49 over here. Sell. Hey. All right, cool. Jimmy 38 covered calls safe, less safe. I'll buy all of this shit back if it fucking moves back over, like if either one of them move back over 10 or 40 respectively. Although the call capitulation means that those gamma exposure levels are much, much weaker. Fucking now do you guys understand when I said fucking weeklies? Are you getting it? never understand anything you say. My CCs I sold on Gmail are down 60%. Nice. Did you sell them in the money? At the bottom? Why is every person and their mother not buying cheap leaps on BBBY? It doesn't make sense. I have. I have a bunch of leaps. I don't really think I need more. I guess I could buy more. I just sold covered calls, but they're out of the money. I think I could get a payday loan and buy more GME to sell covered calls. I don't think the payoff is worth it. Also, why did you buy $50,000 worth of shares? Because they were free? Yeah. Don't full port into Rev like a DJ and get mad at us when you lose your money. No one's getting mad at you, BMG. Don't worry about it. Serious question. I use E-Trade for my options trading, and I can't find any product on their platform for leaps. Does it go by another name? They're just far dated options, man. Step 1, get a payday loan. Step 2, buy GME. Step 3, get your car repossessed because the interest on the loan is 420%. When GME bottom next week? Near term, 1 month potential for BBBY and Rev. We'll see. There's OPEX. Revlon has a lot of FTDs next week, like really high on the, I think it was 15th, 16th, 17th. I know, but I'm out here telling people I'm bullish on it, and a lot of other people are as well. Then they go complain about how they listened to the pickle jar and lost all their attendees. Yeah, I know, but that's just because like they bought weeklies at the peak of the run. That's gonna happen with every option. So, like, do you know how many people lost fucking money in January 2021 on GME? So many fucking people. There was so much crying and like, oh, I took out payday loans and I YOLO'd my rent money and there's all kinds of shit. Blackstone owns actual casinos. Dave Portnoy has entered the chat. I saw a pro DRS post on Superstock yesterday using a picture of me. I didn't have the heart to tell them I've never registered a single share of any equity. Whoo. Fuck. Big if true, Roaring Kitty. Big if true. What's up, Rusty? How you doing, man? There was that drug dealer that used money from his dealer to bet on GME. He wasn't a drug dealer. He borrowed money from his drug dealer. Where does thine check thine FTD datas? Just use the SEC reports. Someone Jimmy puts at the right time. This making money part is kind of weird, not gonna lie. Fair enough. It's the real roaring kitty in your chat, isn't it? A troll would have moved on months ago. You know, honestly, the persistence lends a lot of validity to it. My credit card will let me balance transfer for 1 year free, 1 year interest free for 2.5% charge. Time to max the card on GME puts again. Oh, Jesus Christ. Can you front me a $50 call until January? No. Buying Jimmy when you did in 2020 is not the same as buying Rev now. Well, it would have been the same if GameStop had gone out of business and Cohen hadn't bought into it. I lost 40% of my port. Can I get some love? I mean, you could get laughed at. What were the spurt days like? It was fun. About a year ago, you mentioned a friend of yours took out a 50K loan to short the SPY. Am I remembering this correctly? You are. He did quite well, actually. Anyone looking at CSPs on GME right now? You generally don't sell CSPs on a downtrend. So if you expect the price to drop, you wouldn't sell CSPs because it just guarantees assignment, right? I sold $1,000 worth of cover calls this week. Now I can lose $1,000 without really feeling bad. I couldn't have done it without you. Thanks, bro. Thanks, man. I will gladly pay you Friday for an ice cream sandwich today. Thanks, Carbon Base. And neither my calls nor my ice cream sandwiches are currently for sale. I'm all for making profits, but laughing at the less fortunate isn't very appealing. That's fair. I don't disagree with you, but it's a lesson that needs to be learned the hard way. Generally, the hardest way possible is best. It disincentivizes the repeating of the same mistake. So we back to bag holding BBBY now, or what? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm still big up. If it goes back to $5, then yes, that would be a problem. What's a good closing price for GME so we don't lose bullish momentum? Above 40. Susquehanna upgrades EPAM to 496 with a positive rating. Ooh, I might buy more. I got stopped out after the peak earlier in the week. We'll see. I think they're a bit soon on that. If Nasdaq drops, EPAM will too. There'll be a better opportunity for an entry than trying to buy in at 420. Both over 2 million. After tomorrow, FTDs are sub 2 million. Okay. It's the failure rate is more important than the number of fails. But also, there are fails that were generated last week and fails that are being generated every day on it, right? Will we get another shot at EPAM again? Yeah, if the market comes down. What's your current UVXY or VIX position? Like the hedge or just like calls? I don't have very many VIX calls or UVXY calls. I have my like portfolio hedge, but that's like all in the money. Did you sell cover calls and then immediately buy them back on Bobby? No, I bought calls and then immediately sold them. If you were to choose to sell a deep in the money call but had them $1 apart on Bobby, which would be the more enticing one to sell? I'm trying to figure out what would capture most of today and tomorrow. I probably wouldn't sell deep in the money calls on Bobby because there's not that much money to be deep in. Since there's a chance that Rev will go on threshold list after today's close, I'm thinking there may be a chance that we'll see some covering today on Rev to avoid that. Thoughts? Possibly. Or at least we'll see deep in the money call exercising on Philly. Do you think Carvana entry 41, 45, 50C is still a good play? Here's the deal with Carvana. If the market comes down, it will too. So if it's something you're interested in, you kind of need to aim for like, you probably want to try to at least get a better entry and aim for the long term. Because if the market comes down, it could come back down to like 38. The market's coming down today and you're seeing it pull down with it. If it comes down into like the 38 range or 33 range, which is a little less likely, but it could, then it's those will present better opportunities for entry. If CPI data comes out tomorrow and used cars are way down, new cars are up, I expect that Carvana will react positively to that. Should I worry with my 4P on Bobby being assigned? Do you care about buying it? Why would your $4 put on Bobby be assigned? You're, you're like way the fuck out of the money right now. The 15th and 16th and the T35 dates of the FTD fail ratio of 49 and 54% respectively. Oh, okay, thank you, Carl. Bobby gets DCA'd from 8 to 5. Good plan. Probably okay prices. I mean, we know that a run above 10 is at least possible during OPEX. Was a huge insider buys at Carvana a few weeks ago a bullish signal? Yeah. My Google position is down $2. Is Google going to zero? Am I a bag holder now? No. Why did Bobby run the last 2 days? Short capitulation and FOMO? Did you know Rev earnings were today? I sure didn't. Well, brokers were reporting it on the 4th or the 11th. I think what happened is with the bankruptcy, they pulled back their intention of even doing an earnings. And then with the loan, they decided to issue an earnings report. So we did get earnings, but I don't know if they had like a earnings call. Isn't Carvana going bankrupt? I think their CEO bought most of their bonds because no one else would. Also, he gets paid when the company goes bankrupt. Interesting. I would have to look into that. With big, when do you think BBY will bottom out? I want to re-enter Leaps, but the Gexter disappearing has me apprehensive. Probably a similar timeline to the rest of the basket, right? Expected lows sometime next week, between like Tuesday, Thursday. Where did Gex go? They crushed it. They drove the price below the Gex flip points so they wouldn't have to cover or hedge. CPB the real squeeze. Kibble Soup has performed amazingly well. It's one of my best stock purchases this year. I'm still very happy with it. Trying to improve my entries and exit. What's the best way to check historical volatility? It's not historical Ivy, it's just historical volatility. Historical volatility indicator on a chart with a larger time frame. Does TradingView have anything? Any ideas on Bark? Still on Reg Show last I checked. Just because something's on Reg Show doesn't mean that it's gonna squeeze or move. Just look at Jan 5. See OI looks like we lost about 400 OI in the last day or so. Seems good in my opinion. Yeah, I think well, obviously Jan 5 Cs are encouraged to hold, especially with the price where it is currently. Like I'm not selling my Jan 5s at all right now. And if it goes up enough, I'd just exercise them. Sold 45 cc's on GME for next Friday, safe-ish. What about Bobby 12s? I sold Bobby 12s and GME but did I buy back the Bobby 12s? I don't remember buying those back. Did they not fail? That's weird. Well, I meant to sell Bobby 12s. Guess now I'll sell Bobby 10s. Oh no, 12s are still good. August 19. That's a bit of a stretch. It's all 11s. Fuck it. It's okay. Weekly sell off at a profit, right? Longs reposition. It can move back up. You just have to wait longer. Jump ship and Bobby buying lower. It's an option. Reposition, you mean? Remember, IV probably isn't going to go back down to the levels it was at previously, which were already fairly elevated. Simple trick for instant green port. Transfer your underwater leaps to your other account. Could Bobby's OPEX be spicy? Yeah, it absolutely could be. The only thing I'm worried about is Bobby didn't really run much in May. That's a bit concerning. Like May. Yeah, like May OPEX, it moved from like, it was under a big put wall at the time, but it moved from like, what, $8 up to 976, like a low of 850 to 976. So it still had like a little OPEX run, but not a lot. What was encouraging though is on July 7th, during the ETF FTD period, it moved from like 4 up to 6. Now with the put wall god though, unless it gets built back up again, which is highly unlikely at these prices, I think it could run pretty strongly now. What if it's a third month in a row that GME pops early and then it's just a NOPEX? Okay, you know, a lot of people complain about NOPEXs, but the price still moves up like 15%. So I'll take it either way. All of the CCs I sold were over my cost basis. Am I becoming a trader? Slowly. Maybe this week was OPEX. No, just ETF FTDs. Lots of bullishness. Like lots of retail call buying and ETF FTDs. Trailing stop on buy to close? Sure. Or just buy to close it. BBBY OPEX is at the same time as GameStop OPEX. If BBBY hits 20, would you buy a Lambo or save that money for the afterlife? Good question. Daily DD said Bobby under 10 and they don't have to hedge. Are we still anticipating a bounce or has anything changed? I mean, bounce from what now, right? Like they don't have to hedge it anymore. They just crushed like 100,000 OI at the $10 strike. It's not criminal shorting, it's just people selling their fucking calls off. I found a stock in 2018 more than tripled on 100x normal volume. Exactly T plus 6 plus 35 plus 3 after a reverse split. Same stock did a reverse split again. Can I DM you the opinions? Are you referring to Dries? Yeah, Dries reverse split twice and squeezed the fuck out of its shorts. I don't think they're in business anymore, but now that they crushed OI and don't have to hedge, do you see them continuing to push it further down? Well, there's like 200% IV they can short, right? What if the folks selling their calls are the criminals? YouTubers have been making a lot of negative GME content about their stores and marketplace. If you skim the comments, it's clear that most of the engagement is bots. It pays to shill. Weird. Hey Gurk, I'm at a funeral and we need some music for the funeral procession. Did you play the big sad song for us? Thanks. I already did. It made me too sad. Not Dries? Oh yeah, send it to me. Which one is it? With BBY no longer needing to hedge, but we still expect OPEC's run. What kind of entry signals would you look for to pile on for more? Or probably just wait until next week. Does it matter that 44K of that OI is Jan 2023 with an expiry with a delta of 0.69? Yeah, it does. As long as those leap holders hold, then the potential after next week is really high. Actually, the potential will remain high through the entire period. What are your thoughts on Bobby dead? No, I don't think it's dead. I think people are just taking profits. Think about it like just like a long reposition, right? And a huge opportunity for volatility sellers to move in. Check T plus 6 plus 35C plus T plus 3. It's just plus 3. There's no T date for the third one, more you, but 8/13/2018 on Sin. Synthetic biologics. I don't know what ETFs it would be in. I guess it wasn't like a shitty penny stock back then. What's the time period? 8/13/2018. What's so compelling about this? Because of the reverse split? Hmm. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, that works. So large failures in ETFs to offset obligations created by the reverse split. Jan 10s for OPEX profits, right? Yeah, no. I think there's a great opportunity to like reposition. Rev is a tragedy. It's like barely moving today. It's down 50 cents. How do you feel about September 16 10C versus Jan 10C? I mean, they're probably fine if you're just holding them for like OPEX. Jesus, they don't like Bobby. I really don't think they're shorting it that hard. I think call selling's just reaching a critical point. Yeah, 3.9 million delta in sold calls. Bought puts is like 882,000 delta. Looks like people are bailing on Jan 10s and August 10s. Jan 10, August 10, September 10, and August 19. So August 12 and 19, $10. September and Jan, $10. Now we're starting to see some August 12th, $9 calls get built. They're bailing out of. August 12th, $14 calls. So yeah, just lots of long side capitulation. That's all. Why are you looking at Bobby? If it's under $10, I thought you were interested. But it crossed $10. I said until it crosses $10, I'm not interested. Once it crosses $10, then it's a lot more interesting, right? Just back to spot, right? That's it. They want to get the whole hedging period. Ideally, they'll want to get the whole hedging period back to where it started. Then they don't have to hedge shit. VXX or Rev? What are you doing? Is there a question before that? A trade gone wrong becomes an investment. Ah, I have a couple hundo and dry powder. Thinking about throwing half of it into some VXX shares. Interesting. VXX or UVXY? VXX still detached, isn't it? It like moves weird with when the VIX moves. After 17 months holding bags, I finally took profits. Buying BBY and it going green was a fairy tale. What do I do with my profits? Go to Burns Steakhouse for dinner? Load up on some Rev tomorrow and let it ride? Riku. Congratulations, JR. I don't know. I mean, I've bought a bunch of Rev. If it drops, I'll buy more. I'm pretty bullish on it, but I do have to say that it is a wildly dangerous play from on multiple fronts. So now Bobby dead? Just a little bit, right? It'll find a floor. Capitulation, like we know what that word means. What am I, a dictionary? It means they're giving up. 30% on August 19, 38p. Oh, nice. These Tesla puts are gonna get you a yacht or what? Like another house. They're up a lot. Does the gamma come back if it goes back to 10 by end of day? No, because what they want, so they know not all 10Cs are going to sell, right? But what they want is all the weeklies and the monthlies, the bi-weeklies to sell off. That way, when it goes back above 10, the gamma is much, much, much lower. And they don't have to hedge as much. They don't expect to be able to kill, like, the leaps. Right? These are likely going to hold. We think about September 10C to get some exposure to a potential OPEX. Could be really good. How much of the volume is short volume? That's not really a reliable way of tracking short interest at all. It's kind of just like an estimate of what volume is sold short. Can you buy me a house like Pulte? No. Is Pulte giving away free houses on Twitter now? Is SPY just gonna chop till tomorrow? Did it hit 410 yet? Maybe. Oh, it did. Yeah, it dropped down to 410 already. So, I mean, I think it'll either stabilize on the low end here, or it's less likely to stabilize on the upside. But yeah, I mean, expect it to be moderately flat in this range into CPI. I should really take some profits on some of these fucking Tesla puts. Half? Fucking. Lower than 45cc for Friday, risky? I sold some 40s. I sold some 40s and 4250s. Just remember that Pulte bought the top, so he's officially a member of Super Stunk now. You give us some weekly SPY calls to hedge your short position. Yeah, I have to. I have to hedge. I don't have a choice. My put position's like way too big. I might take some profits on like the 4150 SPX because I think that'll finally cover my cost basis. Yeah, I should have done it earlier when it hit 410. I'll put stops on them, but hopefully this breaks down. This doesn't look very strong. So if this breaks down off of VWAP again, hopefully I get an exit on the 4150s. And that I think will cover almost all of the deficit I still have left from getting burned on the upside. Close? Yeah, pretty close. I take a look at Bark's financials and give me your thoughts. I think it looks good, but I'd like to hear a bear case. I don't know what this is. This Bark stock. Some Twitter shit. Sounds like Twitter shit. I went on Reg Show. People think it's gonna squeeze. The usual. It's a SPAC. Go look at see what outstanding warrants and shit they have. This doesn't look compelling at all, and their earnings on May 31st were fucking terrible. Net income's way down. Profit margins are down like 30%. Revenue's barely 128 million. They're roughly trading at like book value, I think. Yeah, a little above book, but like cash flow is horrendous. Their return on equity is really like their gross margins are 45. Operating margins negative 26. I mean, are you shorting it? Book value is total assets minus total liabilities. So you just take, and then you take that and divide it by the number of shares outstanding to get the like price per share, like book value per share. Surely this downside pressure on BBBY has to ease. No. I mean, it will because people like will run out of calls to sell off. Are you talking about Tuesday morning? No. Rev CTB halved to 170% now. Also, it's dying a bit. I'm well aware. I mean, that's what they're trying to do, right? Is cover and return shares. But the cost to borrow is still 170%. So even if it drops, like, and hits like a low of 100, on the next up cycle, it's going to go up even higher, right? Does SSR mean anything for Rev? Actually, yeah, I think so. Just because it doesn't have any ETF inclusion. But to be honest, most of the shorting going on there is probably from the market maker anyway. given the extremely high cost to borrow and lack of ETF liquidity. UBTS warrants for 2027 at 1250. Huh. That's interesting. Will GME get Gexy if it goes back above 40? You think they're going to let it go back above 40 if they can stop it? Yeah, it would be, but a little more. But GME has call capitulation as well. Not as strong as Bobby's, but it didn't have as many open calls either. Have you considered using your Tesla put gains to help Bobby? No, this isn't a charity. Just a suggestion, but what about hiring Evanescence to do a concert called Bring Me Back to Life? Buy in the money and near the money leaves. Cute. Thoughts on BBY price action tomorrow? Maybe it'll stabilize or more downside. More I haven't heard of these before. What are warrants? Warrants are a derivative, like similar to options for securities. Usually for equities. Um they're they give the right but not the obligation to buy or sell a security at a price before expiration. I so really similar, except like individual shares instead of leverage, like an option would be. They can be held for much longer periods of time than an option can be. Sometimes they accompany bonds. There's a lot of different types of warrants, actually. There's traditional, there's naked, wetted, and covered. Warrants are issued directly by the company, unlike options, which are sold by a market maker. Um, they're dilutive, unlike options. So when exercised, they receive newly issued stock. Rather than like an option where you exercise and you receive shares that are already outstanding. Yeah, that's enough info, I think. Right? You got it? You can also Google that, probably. You think Bobby can bounce today? If it does, its upside's a lot weaker than it was before. Jimmy closes. You could actually buy warrants and sell covered calls against them. They're collateral, right? If Jimmy closes above 40, will they have to hedge from the price action yesterday? Or does trading below 40 for a little eliminate the Gex? Yeah, the Gex is dead. Also, the Gex was from Friday. So if it goes back above 40, they'll have Gex, but it'll be lower because so many $40 calls have sold off. Get yourself one of them fancy iced coffees. Thank you for still consistently educating us 6 days a week. No problem, man. Thank you so much. When's a good time to buy back into Bobby? Jan calls? Probably like next week. Congratulations, OG. So let's say I sold just barely in the money cover call at a strike with open interest of 2, just 2. I'm gonna blame this on Fidelity's garbage interface. How fucked am I? As long as it closes out of the money, it doesn't matter, right? Also, if the open interest is 2, you should have no problem buying them back. Do you expect a squeeze on Rev or Bobby to last hours or days? Not sure how to play it when in opposite time zone to the market. I can't stay up all night. Thanks, Kirk. I appreciate what you do. Generally, squeezes last at least a day, B-Watts. The peak of the squeeze may only last seconds, but the entirety of the squeeze generally would last some time. I would say at least T+2, right? Because of the settlement cycles. Like that would be like the minimum time frame for a squeeze. Because if like if Bobby were to run up to 40, right? And then fall back to 20, that exposure is still gonna probably drive it back up to like 35 again. Or higher. And that would happen over multiple days. Is UVIX a good play to hedge SPY drops? UVXY? If you don't have an options account, you can also get SPXS, which is SPY extra short ETF. Like if you're betting on the SPY going down, but not a big spike in volatility, then, something like SPXS might be better. There's a few other ones. There's like there's SQQQ. I think this one's that's the Bitcoin futures index. I'm trying to remember. There's one that's just like short SPY. It's not leveraged. I forget what it is though. Hey Pickler, thanks for on your tip for Tesla. I made 10% profit twice from yesterday because I'm paper handed. Nonetheless, thanks a lot. Here's a little something for your trouble. 420. $3. Thank you so much, General Motors enthusiast. I like how you put 420 there, but then paid 3. That damn comma that screwed up your plans. Looks like the bark has 1.9 million warrants exercisable at 1150. Oh, there you go. What's so compelling about it? Does it have like an unusually high number of failure to delivers? It doesn't seem like it would, given the size of its float. Sold some BBY cover calls earlier today. Close them right now. Increase my position by 5 to 10% more shares just on this dip. Nice, man. I think Kiwis are overrepresented per capita in here. Nice, Jade. Congratulations, dude. Bobby looking to fill that gap on the daily. The one at like $8 and something? Sure. Beating Bobby off with both hands. Thoughts on my September 10 and $8 calls? Well, I think you overheld them maybe, but if you didn't, or you just recently purchased them, they're probably fine. On Revlon, I hope September's enough time. I mean, I don't know. I have some September shit on Revlon, I think. I have like 20s. So, I mean, as far as September goes, you're slightly better positioned than I am. Yeah, I have $19 calls for September. Is this a good entry for HKD? Ew. Thoughts on 8, 12, $14 BBBY calls bought yesterday? Oh, definitely fucked. I'm bored in life. How can I spice it up? I think if you like hang out with a user, he's also going through a similar a phase right now. You guys can go thrill seeking together, each feeding off of each other and escalating it further and further, like Thelma and Louise. I go to a work meeting, I come back and everything's on fire. Yeah, that's how this works. Bobby has a resistance on 5? Where? What? I mean, it has resistance at 5. Constantly seeing if I should buy back in. Well, understanding the long-term thesis on the stock probably would help with FOMO. Um, if you think you found like a low and a point of stabilization, then perfectly reasonable to re-enter. But, you know, you got to do your research. Revlon looks spicy to you. I'm heavily biased, as am I. Maybe I could go up or down in theory. Yeah, I mean, the upside's not as strong as it was, but it's still strong. Does SLD ever affect meme stocks directly or just indirectly and inversely? I don't think it inversely affects meme stocks. I think there's a direct effect through active fund trading. It's diluted. It's a diluted effect, but it's still there. Are you planning on closing your GME CCs next week and buying some long calls? Yeah, that's usually how it goes. BBY looking like it may break out of the downtrend. It's trying. How are you playing the SPY tomorrow? I'm hedging the upside on my ridiculously large put position. So Wall Street bets ruined our party again. Well, no, because our party's not over, just theirs, right? If you were getting into Rev at this moment, would you be looking at calls or shares or both? Up to you. I mean, IV's still priced pretty high on Revlon, so that's something you should probably factor in. Ugh, so expensive. What is the process of closing covered calls? Do you close them early or do you have to wait for expiry? Yeah, you can buy to close after you sell them. So you sell to open, you can buy to close. So you can call them back at any time. Do you expect the SPY to go under 400 this week? Will you be keeping your 395p if it doesn't? If it doesn't go under 395 by this week, I'm gonna sell off all of my yeah, I'm gonna sell off all of my my August 19 put position, which is small now. I rolled most of it out, but I kept a little bit. It's not just Saxo. There's like strikes on Revlon that are position close only. Well, buying and exercising calls put more pressure on Rev than just buying shares. Yes. Yeah, because exercise calls can't be satisfied like with market maker synthetics. I have a question about two things you hit, AMC and weeklies. F5, 2150p, up 25%. Can this position drop mid end of the week like GME prediction? Yeah, it can. We're already kind of approaching the middle of the week though. Your SPY hedge, what are you thinking? 819, 411? Probably. What I mean, like at the money calls for 819. Let's say I want to sell CSP at 35 or lower on GME with the intention of getting assigned. Is it better to wait until it gets closer to the money to sell it for more premium? Yes. I'm feeling a power hour rally to flat on the day. If you're going to hedge your puts on SPY, this upcoming lunch hour slump could be good. Maybe. I still kind of want a breakdown of 411 so I can close my SPX puts. It's got to be pretty close right now, right? I'll put a trailing stop here. So this one where BB Boy last night, 1334. Thanks for teaching us to take profit along the way. No problem, man. Congratulations. Any idea what took the semiconductors to the butcher shop? I mean, everything's down today. It's hard to say that it's like sector specific.
AMD very specifically because it's kind of part of the meme stock basket. Nvidia's outperforming it to the downside. Um, so yeah, I would say that's a big part of it. Like big downturn in Nasdaq, right? Ooh, GME peeking its nose just above 40 again. I think BBBY is going to stay on the $9 range. I think they'll try to prevent it from breaking above 10. Didn't XRT hit 70 yesterday? I'm scared to sell $10 cover calls on Revlon. I'm hoping for a small pop by end of day. Before I do, thoughts? I don't know. What's your cost basis? I really want to sell some Bobby calls, but I know I will get IV crushed. I want to buy some Bobby calls. Oh. Yeah, Ivy's crushing pretty hard right now. I was 2+2 on Bobby looking for today and tomorrow. Like shit. 894. Oh, then what do you care? If you get assigned on a $10 covered call, you just make $1.02 a share, right? Plus premium. No problem, S rule. You're buying back your GME 40 CCs? Not right now, no. No problem, Casper the champ. Can you clear up some certainty about RC's out of the money calls around 80? Is that just a good investment for him, or does he actually intend the price to get that high? I think he just bought them to get leverage for very little money. At the time he bought them, they cost nothing, right? And they gave him leverage when he went to the board with his demands. Lots of leverage for very cheap. That's on a SPXS August 19, $22 call. What's SPXS trading at? It's not terrible, but you need a you're gonna need a drop, like a 50 basis point drop to see this print. On leveraged ETFs, I don't like buying very far out of the money. That's not too far, so it's not terrible, but it's really short dated. Like you barely have time to capture SLD on it. So you're banking on like CPI data dropping the market. It might just be better to wait till after the CPI data. I don't think anybody DRSs their shares unless they're an employee or super stonk. Can you expand on how that gives him leverage? Well, if he didn't already sell the position on the pop and the big like IV increase after his buy-in, which he very well could have, it allows him. It says I have 100 more per contract. I have 100 more shares that I have the right to and I can exercise these to increase ownership, right? You think looking at AMC A19, 18p are a good play? I don't know. When does their stupid dilution start? Yeah, 18 don't seem terrible. 19 seems a lot better. But I don't hate either one. Thanks, Tendy Relish. I appreciate it, man. Why am I still so tired? I feel like I slept okay last night, too. Berkshire mentions that they DRS and encourage their shareholders to as well. Nobody ever sells that stock, though. Like Berk A. My super stock wants to be employees of GameStop. Maybe. I just bought my 2 penny slot machine plays on the CPI data, 1 DTE out of the money spy puts. Worst case scenario, I'm out $40. Best case, I'm in the money after CPI. 1 DTE out of the money spy puts. Okay. You think you think V has more downside tomorrow with CPI data? It could. I mean, it's my play is like more dated for SLD than it is for just CPI data. But you know, if I saw a bounce, I would probably get out of my shorts here, like my put position. Like if CPI data comes in super positive and the market reacts positively to that, I should really sell some more of my Tesla calls now, or puts. Interesting. You fucking son of a bitch. Go back down. I'm never gonna get an entry on this. Chase it. We want to. IWM's down about 168 basis points today. That's definitely hurting Bobby, by the way. Have you tried the stop loss take profit option added to WeBull? No. It could be good to use. I'm sure they're fine. Yeah, IWM. IWM down big today. Nice. Think Tesla will break below 840. I mean, that's kind of why I don't want to sell off the rest of my puts. It may, It doesn't have a lot of like strong resistance here. Like the next fairly strong resistance is at like 826 to the downside. Yeah. 826. I think it could keep breaking down. But if it doesn't make enough of a move by close, I'll probably close out some more of my puts. I already made back, I think, most of my my cost basis. Son of a bitch. Thank you, Twin Peaks, by the way. Check out XHB. Yeah, I would say that looks like it's peaked. How's the volume on this? Got a low volume. This is not terrible. Thoughts on SPY 410 August 19 for CPI SLD? Not awful. For OPEX or NOPEX, can CCs expire or buy back prior to Friday, August 19th? I mean, you can buy them back prior to August 19th. AMTX peaked yesterday? Yeah, probably. That had a pretty narrow price range. Yeah, yesterday. It hit the price target yesterday. At 1152. Although, I'm not going to say it looks terrible. It's like an energy play, I think. So you could probably... I mean, if you wanted to be like longer on it or roll it forward, it's like renewable fuels and biochem. So there's potential for it if you want to like be in it for a longer period. It can still climb, but yeah, for the short term play, it hit its price target yesterday. ASTS lagging the other memes, running late. I don't even know what that is. That's not a meme stock as far as I was aware. It doesn't run in the same cycle patterns. It ran in August, which is very odd. End of August. BBBY covering? What covering? I mean, it just bounced, right? The bounce looks like it's weakening a little bit. It might come back up to 10 before close. We'll see. Come on, Bobby and Green. It's got a ways to go to do that. Was the BBY pump yesterday just early T2 delivery? No, I don't think so. I think the pump. Are you talking about the pump we saw like Friday into Monday? Like yesterday, BBY traded mostly flat. Or are you talking about last night? Last night was probably Friday's T+2 hedging. What prices are you looking at to buy more? Oh. I have a buy order set at like 64, I think. DM. Ooh. Interesting. Makes me want to buy my rev calls back. BBY pumped to 13 on open. What? Oh, you mean yesterday? That was very brief, though. How's the SPY put OI volume looking? Market's still positioning for a crash. I mean, put OI is still crazy high. All of that's in September. How's it looking today? Pretty bullish today, actually. A lot of sold puts, but mostly for tomorrow, like Friday's expiration and today's expiration. So a lot of puts went in the money today. They're being sold off. Not a lot of contract movement further out today, though. So, like, the September stuff's not really getting shuffled around. Most of the contracts trading on the SPY today are like August 10 and August 12 expiration. Institutional order flows still pretty bearish. Sold 415 calls, lots of those. What was right before market open? What, the pump on? Are you talking about like the volatility wicks? Like this shit? Or this? These aren't relevant. They're just wide gaps because there's no halts. What makes you want to buy back your rev calls? Dork just showing me bullish shit. Might be bearish short term. Interesting. If they stay crossed, though, that doesn't seem very bearish. You'd want them to expand again, right? Ideally. Based on the FTD data, it looks like we're going to be like, yeah, like the FTD data on Revline doesn't look super bullish for like the next few days and until like middle of next week, which is kind of just in line with everything else, right? Thoughts on Rev earnings? Who cares? Yeah, I don't really give a shit. I don't expect them to be very good, right? They filed Chapter 11. I have some 3090 1021 puts against the SPY. Bought sub 400 before the run. Best to wait until SLD next week to recoup losses, or is it worth averaging down such a far out of the money option? Oh yeah, I mean, like if you have the opportunity to average down, you have plenty of time. So if you have the opportunity to average down, I absolutely would. If you're still convinced that that's, you know, your thesis is correct and the price is going to drop to 390 or lower before October, then you know there's no reason not to average down unless you know you've already spent all the money that you want to on that position. Thoughts on goat cheese? It's okay. It's not my favorite cheese. Like Chev. RC has $15 bags. That's true. Thoughts on CPI data causing downside on the SPY? I'm thinking of closing August puts today, which have come back from the brink of death after averaging down. They can't survive another PM pump. I'm just gonna hedge. I'm just gonna hedge the upside going into tomorrow. Burnt cheese offering, but yeah, you could just close them out and reposition or whatever. I sent you a DM. Trying to buy $8 calls on Revlon Jan 23. They're PCO. I'm well aware. Yeah, they're position close only. You can't buy them. You can buy 750s. You can buy 9s, but you can't buy 8s. Based on your TI and trading view, is 390 possible? Yeah, absolutely. It requires a big breakdown. Like, it's gonna, you know, you're gonna need some pretty shitty news to move the market that much. But yeah, it's possible. If this is truly like a bear rally and it's dying off, you know, chances are we would find a lower low in the coming weeks, which would be, you know, down into like the 350, like 360, 350 range at the furthest end of that projection. So I'm not betting on anything going that far down. I think RC's is sweating covered calls right now. Yeah, apparently whale milk is just like butter. I wonder if whale cheese is super salty. Oh, geez, it's not this argument again. Didn't we talk about this before? Myrna puts and Albertson calls today. Interesting. Whale milk for MOASS. Nice. Rev CFO is retiring. Not the CEO, CFO. Unless they're both retiring. But I don't think so. Yeah, birds don't have milk. I guess my next question is, do I want 750 call? Seems like a weird strike. I mean, it is. It's also in the money. September is sufficient for August OPEX glider. I have tons of bird milk all over my car right now. Just sharing a data point, I had 14 GME $34 812 cover calls assigned last night, but I didn't have my 133.75 812 assigned. Seems weird, just sharing for any degens. Interesting. That is odd. CEO is probably staying on, but she stepped away from her exec role at McKenders and Forbes fairly recently. September sufficient for August OPEX, but if no PEX, they're gonna eat them alive. No? No. Usually the next monthly expiration's fine to carry through the like first 3 days. Like it definitely doesn't eat them alive. The thing you have to worry about with like no PEXs is delta. Just smash the like button. Can we MOASS now? Look at Bobby trying to make its way back up. Making my way downtown. I just tried purchasing RevJan 8, still listed as PCO on TDA. Yep. I was like, wow, those are the same chart. That's because they are. What's interesting is these are actually the same chart while being different stocks. But Bobby didn't dip there. Or there. Or Revlon didn't, rather. Holy fuck. This sideways trading shit is so boring. Ugh, I need food. Yeah, CPI data's at 8:30. Are we out of the money leaps? A good way to play Jimmy's OPEX if we get shorted next week. How far out of the money? Sure. It's a way to play it. Harder to capture profits on the position though. They're trying to put us to sleep. I know. Why does this trading sideways? Why does this sideways trading bring Ivy back down to make cover calls more profitable? I mean, if you capture the high IV point, then yeah, it makes cover calls really like super profitable. Like the GME cover calls I sold yesterday were up like 30% today, just on like IV crush. Red pesto or green pesto? Green pesto? I mean, the other one's just sun-dried tomato pesto. And it's like, meh. I'm not saying it's a good idea, but SPY 360p for September monthlies are 144. Even a move to 400 would mean they are up around 50%. True, yeah. Revlon Gen 8s are position close only. SPY rip incoming. I'm gonna sell my SPX. It's nice. That's like 840, 838. You gotta wait on all of this shit. I still expect big ups on Rev, but it's gonna take time. I'm on Playbook on meme stocks. Put retail to sleep, go deep diving, or stop loss hunting, rinse and repeat. It's really hard to find pine nuts right now. And they're expensive as fuck. Do you see IV on Rev decreasing anytime soon? I mean, it is, but very little. Possible time frame on the Rev thesis. Could be a couple months. I'm looking to August, but the bigger part of the run may occur as late as like September. There might be like another opportunity coming up soon, like for August OPEX, into August OPEX, for like another big percent gain that would allow repositioning. But I think the bigger part of the move is probably going to be a little further out than that. What's your cheese of choice for pasta? Assuming you're a cheese guy. 18-month Parmigiano Reggiano or Pecorino Romano. Too late to get into V. No. A little bit, but no. Why did GME borrowable shares go from 900,000 back to 150,000 today? They borrowed them? Rev is money you can lose. I mean, I already 400% of the money I put in the first time, or 300% of it. So, yeah. I have no idea what cheeses those are. Really? You should try those. Can't play options because Euro Ape. What can I do instead? Get IBKR? Yeah, you can definitely play options in Europe. There's still 43,000 calls for Jan. What's up with that? For the $10 strike? I prefer the 18-month over the 24-month. Although sometimes I'll buy the 24. It's a little more tart. It's nuttier than the 18-month. But it's more intense, and sometimes it can overpower the pasta. Jimmy flatter than the time I forgot to put yeast in my bread. They're covering the FTDs in this channel. Yeah. There's not very many of them today, right? So it stabilizes price action, makes it harder for them to drop the price, but the covering's not really generating a lot of upward price improvement. It's not hot in my apartment, though. I did go outside yesterday. That was a mistake. Is whale milk nuttier than squirrel milk? I have no idea. I've never milked a whale or a squirrel. My $9 cover calls on Bobby fucked. I mean, yeah, they very well could be. When do they expire? Also define fucked. What's your cost basis? If you have like a $4 cost basis, then what do you give a shit? Ooh. That's kind of bullish. I'm kind of still okay with my cover calls though. $8 calls for September? Buy a couple more of these. Revlon just MOASSed. It moved up slightly. It was like a 60,000 buy order. $819, 900 Tesla calls. I'm not very bullish on Tesla right now. All right, so I have 15 puts left on Tesla. I sold off half already. I'm going to sell off a few more. It's like down to 7, and then I'll hold those through CPI and SLD. Right? This is the way. This is why I'm going to do it. No, I'm not going to sell those yet. Fucking stupid little rally. Alright, I'll just wait. Sell 5 at a limit. Have the other 10 trail at half 7% and half 15% trailing. Maybe. I already sold 15 of them off. So I mean, I took profits in addition to the cost basis for the position. September 19 rev call is still a viable play for OPEX exposure or too far out of the money? I mean, they're more of like an IV play than they are like a Delta play. Gherk's ice cream sandwich. The first time in the stock market, I bought a stock low and sold it high. I made almost my yearly salary. Is this what SS was trying to warn me about? Yes. Don't hang out with or participate with shills. Because then you become a shill by association. What are your thoughts on Rev's share borrow fee being down 162.8% on IBKR? I don't care at all. It's still 170%, right? Even if CPI comes in hot and heavy, doesn't the market rally up to price the inflation in before it plummets? Generally, yeah. That's why I'm buying the long side hedge, right? Does WeBull have trailing yet? No, I don't think so. What causes the T+2 runs after an OPEX run? Lots of options going in the money. Does that apply to yesterday's Jimmy and Bobby runs? Well, yeah. Except most of all of that run has already been clawed back. So now they don't have to hedge shit tomorrow. Is the Ivy gonna increase that much more? It was like double what they are now before. It's up, even from where I bought it the other day, it's like up 7%. Yeah, Ivy can increase a lot. Everyone in here is a shill trying to outshill each other. You have an Ivy limit, or does it depend on the play? Depends on the play. Yesterday was fun and exciting. Today I just want to sleep. Why didn't you see the fun candles? Why didn't you use the fun candles on the chart today? What fun candles? Desperate Danny 3 times. Are there fun candles that I'm unaware of? Does Rev have any long-term value outside of a squeeze? I mean, if they can get their debt paid off and stuff, yeah. Otherwise, no. Dilly dally, shilly shally. Jimmy Green, end of day? Not likely. At 11:58 a.m., I bought August 29 puts on Bobby. I stopped the downtrend. You're welcome. I sold them for $4.10 total loss. Totally worth the reversal. Thanks, man. Better entry for Jimmy right now or a few weeks? Not a few weeks, just like next week. End of this week, next week. You're selling more CCs if we hit 45. Yeah. Man, like 95% of the questions today are like, what are you doing with your position? And what should I do with my position? I want you to make money, but I don't care about your position. Also, don't ask me about like confidence in plays I'm already in. Obviously, I'm confident in them. That's why I fucking bought them. Tell us how to make money exactly how, step by step. There's too many new people in here. They're ruining all the fun. Can't you guys just like lurk until you know what you're talking about? Everyone's RC tweets are actually talking about GME, maybe BBBY, or none of them at all. SS just thinks RC is directly talking to them in code, like an echo chamber. Yeah. I don't care about RC's tweets. They mean nothing to me. Well, when I don't ask, I just piss money away playing Tesla wrong, you shill. Set my stop losses for me next time, jackass. That's because we're all scared. Yeah, I can tell. What a boring day. Boring day dealing with everyone's emotions. I will say that the prices haven't dropped enough for people to feel bad yet, but that's probably going to happen later. You can't even make it members only since Bithead, Pretender to View Up, Pontiff keeps gifting people memberships. I know. Would you say this FTD OPEX trading style is unique compared to other day traders? Probably, yeah. I mean, most day traders trade like some sort of signal. What are your EMAs set to? Close, open, etc. Uh, Open, high, low, close divided by 2. I'm sorry you drank too much coffee. Chicken tender daddy. We just had a wicked day. This always comes right after. I know, it's like I knew it was coming yesterday. Like I could feel it in the air. Like there's too much bullishness. And then like so you have to corral the bulls and then they like start like puffing and snorting and stomping their feet. I probably would hate that they would restrain me with risk. It's really the worst part. Do you think my $10 calls on Bobby stopped us from running? Cover calls? No. Based on chat, time to buy calls on GME? Probably. Although the current chat, like, bearish indicator isn't that bad. It's mostly just bored because we're trading super flat. If people are bored, they're obviously not playing enough Tesla weeklies. Brian, welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much, man.
Cornishon. Cornishon.
If you had $7 BBBY Jans and they're up double, do you take profit and re-enter later or hold through the volatility? I mean, I literally have them and I haven't sold them. I don't know how else to answer that question. SPY cannot stay above the 30 today. Looking good. We break that 410 resistance. That'd be awesome. Cover for CPI tomorrow on your SPY puts. What ratio do you typically use? Are you going delta neutral but with a closer expiration? Yes. But also don't use words like that, because then I'll have to explain delta neutral 1,000 more times. Still feeling confident they will drop GME over the next week and a half. Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping they will. That's the idea, right? Because we want OPEX. GME doesn't have a lot of upside left, and the hedge is overly positive. We broke Gamma Max yesterday, so Gamma collapse is likely imminent. Could we cross Gamma Max a second time? Sure, but with our price trading so low today, it's really unlikely. If the market maker is neutrally hedged, right, like they're gonna sell because of the drop in percentage price. So 7% drop, they're gonna sell off shares for their gamma exposure. How's Rev Dix looking? You know, it'd probably look really great, Dork, if they were publishing the data for it. Except they're not. The SIP hasn't printed anything for Revlon, I think, in like 12 days now, 12 trading days. Delta neutral exactly 50-50 calls puts? Well, no, because you can use heavier, like higher delta calls to hedge a larger number of puts. So it doesn't have to be like an equal number of each, right? It's just equal delta. So say you have like 10 puts at negative 0.5 delta, you know, and you buy like 5 in the money calls at one delta to hedge. No problem. Take a look at ADTN. I just got put on Reg Show today. Why? I don't care about things that are going on Reg Show. Things go on Reg Show all the time. Give me something more than just it being on Reg Show. It'll probably be closer to the end of the day today that they start to price in like a little volatility for tomorrow morning. I'm giving you a question other than how do I manage my position, you asked. Is Coke vegan? Yeah. Question for the tax pros, which I am not one. I got assigned on a GME cover call on Friday. If I sell a lower strike CSP for 60 days out, do I avoid the wash sale rules if assigned? Yes, because you'd be buying cheaper than you sold at. Wash sales are when you buy back at a loss. By the way, if you go for exact delta, you end up with something of a straddle, correct? Yeah. No? No what? I just type no in chat with no context. Jimmy bump incoming? Yeah, looks like it. Is that with the W next to all my positions? Yeah. Watch sales are when you sell at a loss. No purchase 31 days before or after. Huh. You don't get a watch sale unless you buy back in, though. Like, if you just sell at a loss, you don't get a wash sale. Given how many fails Rev has, are Jan options far dated enough to capture whatever massive happenings may happen? I hope so. That's what I bought. For the most part. Consulting interview still ongoing, so I have to settle as being a poor for now. Thank you for everything you do for us. Thank you, Brian. Last name here. I mean, as long as he doesn't get assigned till expiration, he's fine, right? Or at least 30 days, 31 days closer to expiration, halfway through the life of the contract. Do you tax? Fuck no. I think when you make money, that's like the first thing you get rid of is taxes. You foist them off onto someone else to manage. Given how many fails Rev has, are Jan options far dated enough? Okay, answer. Can you look at Wetzel's Pretzels? Not because it's on Reg Show or anything cool. I just think it's a pretty neat stock. If selling at a loss is a wash sale, my portfolio would look like one of those laundromats that's open all night. Like, is there a name for those? Like, do they have a specific name? You could have just said like a laundromat. I don't know. Have you averaged down shares on a stock and the stock runs to where 90% of your cost basis is profitable? Is it best to only sell the lower cost so you can buy in later without a wash sale? Could be, yeah. I mean, if you intend to buy in later. You do taxes quarterly? I hope he does. Yeah, I do. Just laundromat, yeah. It'd be nice if Rev went to $50 this week. Probably not this week. It'd just be nice if Rev went to if Rev goes to $50, we'll all have a very nice day. Debating buying Spy 415 calls for tomorrow end of day. Interesting. Why so far out of the money? Why do people target calls like that? I know they're cheap, but you're more likely to lose on your position when you do that. Like way statistically, way more likely. Like if you think a stock's gonna go up and it's traded like this is market price. Why not just get like a call like right fucking here? Alternatively, down as well. Especially when you're buying like weeklies and you have no theta. Why would you risk like a $5 move? Because I've only got $10. Because people don't understand how premium works. They set a price target of 415 and say I'll buy a call there, when in reality it should have been a 412 call. Oh. Did you see at 20 in the next 4 weeks? What? Revlon? Bobby. Still better odds than lotto tickets. Yeah. But when you buy a 415 call, right? And the SPY's trading at 410, you're betting that the SPY is going to go above 415 before expiration, right? So, but if you're like, oh, I think the SPY is going to hit 415, like this is my PT, you'd want a call that's closer to the money so that it goes into the money. I hear you, Lawrence. No, not Bobby to 415. Jesus fucking Christ. Your calls go into the money? That's the point. There are a bazillion YouTube videos on how to trade options. True. I don't understand. So I'm supposed to make money? Yes. Do you trade under an LLC? I just found out that an individual can do this and write off all losses and all expenses for the year. I'm aware. How do they go into the money in only 2 days, though? The price moves up or down, putting the contract in the money? What's the money? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know what's more impressive, how little we've learned this last year, or how much PyPhi expects us to know. It's just sometimes, like, there's knowledge gaps that I identify that shock me. Like, people won't understand, like, price target versus, like, premium, and, like, where to set their contract for an expected move. But they'll be asking me about, like, how to sell naked spreads the next day. Like, people are really, really jumping all over the options as a strategic investment book. Don't start at the back. Start at the beginning. I'm here for the comedy alone. The educational information's just a perk. Thanks for never disappointing. Thanks, Mike Mia. I appreciate it, dude. Price target calls For calls, same like buy top of chain after run. No, you buy. Ugh. Why are we talking about naked spreads and money shots? Where am I? Home, probably. How about so many SPY 350 puts for tomorrow? You think people are reading? It's because you covered all the basic topics, concepts throughout the year and moved on to more advanced concepts, but new people join daily. I don't think I've ever moved on to more advanced concepts. Occasionally I'll discuss advanced concepts, but the baseline has remained relatively similar. I'm strategically selling at a loss so I don't have to pay taxes. Damn it. If you could design an option spread strategy and call it the Eagle, what would it be? Oh, Jesus Christ. So I bought something called shares of a company using something called money. What does this give me? Can I use these shares to get more of these money things? Yes. I've never moved on to advanced concepts. That's just like your opinion, man. OG rules, I swear to God, if you sent me more options data. You son of a bitch. Is it unrealistic to think that Bobby will hit $25 in the next couple months? Abso-fucking-lutely. Doesn't mean it won't happen, but it's very unrealistic. I would say FINRA deferrals and the cycles that you discussed are advanced, considering most people didn't know how to trade options till a couple of months ago. Fair. Think Rev will move lower? Might. Pretty cheap right now, isn't it? Oh, hey, I got my calls. Nice. Almost where the squad is. PC for Amazon, I'm thinking 110 by September. Seems inevitable, really. Okay, first off, fuck you, Evans. All right. It's not going to hit 110 by September. It's overly bearish. I will absolutely get assigned on my cover calls, and we'll never have this conversation again. Use your TA Jitsu and make the spy go down by drawing some lines on it, maybe a triangle. Isn't it just already going down? Yeah, like weak ass rally failed the test of VWAP. Advanced concepts for MOASS. Thank you, Silence of the Dans. Rev has been trending up since that 753 pivot. I have a lot of SPY puts. You should probably buy a lot of calls. I also have a lot of SPY puts, but I'm also going to buy a lot of calls. JFresh told us just to read the last chapter. Son of a bitch. The CNS every day at 2 p.m. It ends at 3:10. 3:10 p.m. I can't figure out what the downside is to cover calls if the strike is above your cost basis. Am I missing something obvious? They have a large initial capital outlay, and you miss out on upside potential because your sale is locked in, right? So say your cost basis is 36 and you have a strike at 40 and the price of the stock moves to 50. You have lost out on this potential. You sell covered calls with the expectation that the price of the stock will drop or trade sideways only slightly. Obviously, if the price of the stock were to drop below your cost basis here at 36, you would then be suffering a loss on your position that is locked up in the covered call. Looks like longs are slowly re-entering GME. Fucking goddamn it. Where did GME go? There, oh, there it is. But in theory, you have confidence in the asset long term anyway, or collecting premiums in the meantime. Yeah, but you also don't want to lose your long term holding. That's another risk of assignment, is if you are long the underlying, you don't want to be assigned. Is now time on EPAM? I wouldn't buy EPAM at these prices. It's just too risky. Why are the stocks called Jimmy and Bobby? Because there's GME and BBBY. Spy, Finnair, Anti-Squirt? Can you just be super conservative and sell weekly CCs on the run like Monday and just let them expire worthless to keep all the premium? Yes. That's actually the best. If you have a high cost basis on Jimmy and a long-term holding, does it make sense to sell at some point to buy back in lower? No? You just buy more when it's lower. Are you talking about like trading it? Like selling at a peak and then buying in lower? That's just trading it. I mean, it'd have to offset your loss from moving from long-term capital gains back to short-term capital gains. Tesla dead? I mean, not dead, but definitely got punched in the nuts a bit today. My first two CCs didn't get assigned. Nice, man. 1,500 shares, average 760, about a high of 2260 and a low of 464. Nice. So for Bobby, for averaging down, that's pretty good. I need to step away from the markets for a few days. Can you please keep an eye on my contracts for me? Appreciate the help, dude. No? I don't care, but UWMC killed it on earnings, beat all expectations, and is down 1.5%. Amazing. Lifetime subscriber, first time watcher. I'm on chapter 10 of options as a strategic tax avoidance and use the info to YOLO my life savings into BBBY 500C expiring this Friday. Am I doing this right? It sounds like you've figured out a very successful strategy. Can you sell me a 0 DTE GME 30C for $5? No. Must not be very high premiums on those weeklies, right? I mean, I'm selling lots of them, right? So what they lack in premiums, they make up for in quantity. JFresh still blames me for rug pulling Juno packs. Serious question, where would I find more details about how to pick a strike relative to my target price move? The basic concept you just described, but I have no idea about. I don't know if it's... I don't know where you could find that information. It just makes sense. It's like common sense. It's not even intuition. When you set a price target, you're expecting the price to reach that number, right? And if you're buying options at that strike, those options are not going to go in the money based on the thesis that you have created. So you would want to strike somewhere in the range of the move in order to capture profit from the move. Now, if you have a lot of theta, the extrinsic value of the contract at your target could go up, but it won't go into the money. I've been on chapter 1 of options as a loss accelerator for the last few months. I can use some help with some of the big words. You're generally speaking, like, you'd lose less money in options premiums than you can, like, trading an equivalent amount of shares. If a company announces Chapter 11 is likely during earnings, how long does it typically take for them to file it? That depends. It could be right away. It could be months. It may never happen. I think it's just a warning that they have to present to potential investors. Sometimes I think people ask you dumbest questions to try and drive you crazy. Why? That's not nice. Accretion? So with regards to picking strikes, if I think the SPY is going to drop to 400, how would I determine 405 versus 412 versus 415? Just run it in an options calculator? Yeah. I mean, 405 would be out of the money, so it would gain intrinsic value. If it went into the money. And extrinsic value as it approached the strike. You know, a 412 would be already in the money. A 415 would be even more in the money. So they would simply gain intrinsic value on the entirety of the drop, very little extrinsic value. To maximize profits, you know, having an out of the money call that's bought at a low premium that then goes in the money, gaining intrinsic value, would be worth more. Or the return on capital would be better. Hold on, I missed a Ko-Fi, I think. Can you explain how a contract that gains extrinsic value can be profitable? Well, because the premium would go up. So you buy the premium at one price, buy low, and then sell high. Okay, now everyone's just fucking with me. Would you rather learn to kiteboard or surf? I'd rather stay out of the ocean. Time us out. What's your favorite exercise? Dips. I don't know why. I just like them. Oh, and reverse crunches. Does it make your back feel hot? I have SPY September 400 Ps at a delta of 34. To properly hedge that for tomorrow's CPI, I would buy negative 34 delta, or okay, Ps, negative 34. 34 delta calls for this Friday? No, just the weight of the, add the delta up, and then an equivalent weight of positive delta to hedge. How can we calculate cost basis reduction from covered calls? Just premium per 100 shares. So, you know, if you sell a call at $2.12, you know, that's per share. So you've reduced the cost basis, effectively reduced the cost basis of those 100 shares by $2.12 per share. If you had to go in the ocean, would you rather be eaten by a shark or a whale? Whale. Sharks don't eat you, they just bite you in half and then swim away. You summarize which August, September, October GME calls you're hanging on to. I sold them all yesterday. All of my long calls were sold for GME yesterday. I'll buy more, but the ones I had are sold. You're looking for at 819 for your spy calls or even shorter dated? 819 for the hedge? Yeah, 819. Dips, a torn rotator cuff's best friend. I think that's just like you're not doing them right. If you're overextending, maybe. But yeah, you got to work on your form. Use like one of those like dip assist machines. I looked at Rev with normal candles instead of hanky ashy. I did not like it, that is all. Okay. Pigeon will chat only tomorrow. Buy low, sell high. I didn't hear joinicle or FOMO and panic sell, so it must be incorrect. Possibly. Yeah, I did. BMG. So much ocean FUD in here. Did you do the same? Sell all your BBBY calls yesterday? I sold some of my like out of the money ones, but most of my calls were at like $5 and $7 for January, and those I still have. I really have no intention of selling them. Dip assist sounds like my trading strategy. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab something to eat real fast. Hey, look, nothing happened. What did Carl do? Tesla calls with a move. No? Pretty sure my $50 in the money puts were the move. Have you always been wearing a shirt? Yeah. Revlon made like 3 whole candles while you were away. That's exciting. Wow. I don't know how to feel about any of this, Dork. Are these on like the 1 minute? Oh, that provolone is way too picante. Ah. Ah. Nice bruschetta. No, it's just I just made a sandwich. Any suggestions on getting rid of a pimple on an unreachable zone on my back? Wait for it to go away? I want ramen, but I don't want to boil water. Interesting. Just take the powder, sprinkle it on the noodles, and eat them raw. Why you know like my 1269 screenshot? Ooh, bid flashed higher than the ask? That's weird. Missed Ko-Fi. Oh. Looks like Jamie has found a bottom for the day and we can see a recovery into close. What's your analysis for the rest of today's price action? A recovery into close would be awesome, but it's not going to present the same amount of gamma exposure that it would have had it held above $40 for the entirety of the day. So longs are re-entering, but they'll be weaker in number. You missed the Ko-Fi I haven't sent yet. Well, I'll try to. Stream of consciousness trading. Think about September 16, $14 calls as the IV is declining. Thoughts? I mean, they give you enough time for exposure to OPEX. My concern with buying them would be buying them too early, right? I miss being green and spamming chat. Hmm. Will Revlon have OPEX action? It could. We don't know yet. Do you consider buying back your GME $40 cover calls? No. They're for next week's expiration, so assignment's really unlikely. Hello, Turtle Boyus. The people who diamond-handed options yesterday coping all right today. Maybe. I think not so much the out of the money, but the in the money ones seem to be fine. At this point, it feels like the short-term Bobby push has been defeated. I guess the next opportunity for a jump is OPEX. Which calls should be purchased in the coming days as price and IV comes down? Well, obviously, if that gap in gamma remains at like 12 to 14, then the highest probability of moneyness would be at like the $10 or $9 strikes, depending on how low Bobby's price drops. Check out order book on Rev. Ask looks dead. There's a lot of orders. There's like 1,100 shares at 796, 2,000 at 805, 2,000 at 807. Looks like they're getting prepared for it to break out a little bit. Honestly. Sell your Tesla puts. Nah. How about quinoa? What about quinoa? They look like little people. And they taste like shit. No, there's no competition between us, Danorama. You've simply bought out of the money calls, and I have in the money puts. All right, Carl, I'm going to give you a chance to take that back while you're timed out. Remind me again why I just doubled down on a bankrupt makeup company? Because you like losing money? Interesting. Rev gonna break VWAP? That's exciting. They released their earnings report this morning, Surface Smurf. You've lived through the worst of the dip already. Don't say that. Rev is gonna make us all millionaires. It might make some of us millionaires. I wish I'd bought $250,000 worth of calls at $35 when they were trading at $30 each. Then I could have taken my shirt off and nobody would have known why. And just not said anything about the ticker at all. Five shares enough to make me a millionaire? No. You know, I'm eating this other food, and my last 5 meals have been eggplant parmesan. I should have eaten eggplant parmesan again. Send you a message on Discord for position entry management for the plebs who need to visualize it like myself. Interesting. So it just creates a DCA plan. I didn't know DCA needed so much planning. Have there been any deep in the money calls on Rev today to wash FTDs? I don't know, maybe. Aubergine is not the Italian word for eggplant. I would like to say through Rev, I've seen my port fluctuate pretty heavily. And with your confidence, I have no problem seeing that anymore. Thanks for having no emotion because I'm weak mentally. Revlon 1 million volume. But how much of it has failed, right? Wheat or Rev to $10 first? That's a good question. IBKR seems to be allowing spreads without margin now. Do you just have enough cash to cover the put? Are you still bullish on wheat? I still have a bunch of it. Yeah. Oh, weird. I mean, make sure they're not going to just claw back your trade because it's a bug. What's enough data for spy puts? I have September 16. It depends on the time horizon. What are you playing them for? This might be the most boring day in the history of the market. I mean, it's really boring for these stocks. Tesla's been very exciting. I'm sure anybody playing like the downside of AMD or T-Doc is happy. Aubergine is the French word for eggplant. I know that. I said it's not the Italian word for eggplant. Eggplant in Italian is melanzana. Aubergino. If that's true, Carl, how come it hasn't been double stuffed yet? Well, yeah, but they're not going up, right? So that's why that's boring. No, GME doesn't look good for tomorrow. All right, give me 1 second. Oh, okay, I didn't miss anything. Thank God. Spy doing a spread eagle. We're expecting more ups in the coming days or weeks. Maybe, we'll see. Longs have to reposition. So. Jimmy does look good tomorrow. Sounds like something Ken Griffin Shill would say. Whoa, Rims and Tims. I thought you got rid of the friendometer. Puts on Sega. No, I don't think monkeypox went away. Hold on. I'm watching Tesla break down from its failed test at VWAP because of that one guy. He's made the market interesting again by giving me an opponent. Just put up a bunch of CCs. Now Jimmy will rip. I don't know, probably. As far as my in the money GME calls, I'm not super concerned. They're like barely in the money. 50 cents. Spike trading is the best kind. What calls are you looking at to hedge the upside of CPI data on the SPY? Like, just add the money. Oh, the good old games. Whatever happened to Moonwind? Did you destroy him? No, he's around here somewhere. Sneaking and hiding, pretending to be someone else. So being in the money doesn't automatically get you assigned. No, not at all. The thing that's more likely to get you assigned is being in the money and very close to expiration. Are you getting those hedges at close? Possibly. Might get them a little sooner. They're quite cheap right now. Yeah, I'll buy them now. Why when is selling CCs better than buying puts when you don't expect a large downside move? Or if you choose to remain long the stock and you do expect a large downside move. In which case you'd be more likely to sell in the money covered calls, but when I open my Fidelity app, I just hear shrieking. Is that a feature or a bug? It's a feature. Sure, I missed about 8 milestones due to life, but here I am now for 5 minutes and saying, keep on keeping on. Thanks for your time. Thank you so much, Tunes87. I appreciate it, dude. Gork buying evil weeklies again. Yes. If the stock breaks down from a long-term downtrend, then bounces off its 200 EMA on the daily, does it usually test it again and move higher, or move to new lows? So it breaks out from a long-term downtrend up. So you're saying you have a downtrend and then it breaks up, testing the MA, like the 200 MA, and then breaks down? Or are you saying the downtrend drags it down to the 200 MA where it bounces up? When I sell a CC who loses money if I successfully let my contract expire out of the money, hedge funds, market makers, people who bought my calls, one of the three. I mean, hedge funds would just be also people buying your calls, but market makers or whoever bought it. The me chart on the daily. Oh, so it bounced up, failed, and you want to know if it's going to go up again. I don't really know on the daily if you have enough information. It looks like on the 1 hour, it's holding the EMA 30, which is a good sign. Like it dropped and bounced off of the EMA 90, then recovered above the 30 where it's kind of flatlining. Volume's dropping off and the trend is bearish. I would say that it will continue to probably break down to around like the 322 level. There seems to be strong support at the 90, right? The 90 kind of halted that downtrend once already. It bounced off the same price point at like 322 on the 5th. So it looks pretty strong. And then historically, I think Yeah, there's also a little support at like 325 historically. So, yeah, right now I would say it looks like a breakdown to 325. It could reverse, but it's hard to say. Let me see if I can see any. Oh, it actually, on the 15-minute, it doesn't look as bad. Hmm. Although I don't love it. Yeah, that one's tough. Like, it's definitely a bear flag, right? But it could break up just because the support seems to be so solid. I don't think that's really a great. It's. I don't think this is like a great time for an entry or an exit. Is BBBY rebounding? I don't know. No. Be careful with your GME CCs. I just read SS post about Mayo Force 1 flying for the last 19 hours straight. Buy old DRS. Man, that place is the worst. Thank you for your financial advice. If someone buys my calls and expires worthless, I should be able to send them a message that says, GG scrub, get wrecked. I mean, you do, in essence. The earnings was yesterday, only negative 0.16 EPS this time. Yay. I mean, that's actually pretty good. How would you hold an IWM 819 190 through CPI data? Or would you take profits and reposition in case CPI is bullish for some reason? Position up 90%. I probably wouldn't risk what was it? 819? I might not risk it. It's kind of risky. Or at least I'd hedge the upside a little bit. Revlon Ultimate Golden Cross on the 1 minute. Exciting. I'm gonna vote for you to be the next SEC Employee of the Month. No, they would never hire me there. I care too much about the rules. Tesla broke VWAP at least for a second or two. Good for Tesla. Oh, it did. Look at it go. This to be Bobby. I want this to be Jimmy. There we go. That's better. Oh, there's news for GameStop? No. Any recommendations for a chest freezer? No? Like, is that the kind that like opens like a treasure chest? I don't have those. Mine are vertical. I don't have any elk to store. Hartley, what's up, dude? Hey G, hope you're well. For CPI at 8:30 a.m., I will be eating our trusty Trader Joe's ice cream sandwich with 440 calories to push the motherfucker in SPY to 440 tomorrow. Maybe I'll eat 10 for SPX 4400. No, SPY down. No SPY up. SPY up is bad. If the SPY goes up too much, we're gonna get a market crash. You're gonna see that bubble blow its O-ring out. I'm just about done with SS. Just now? It's nearly all DRS or some ridiculous theory for their confirmation bias about DRS and then more DRS. That's accurate. Hey Gurk, lots of new chat members. So why don't we get to chat like the old days? Remember when it was just like the same handful of people asking questions in rotation? Those were the days. They were. They're gone now. But it's okay. Things change, and that's good. Is there a price you have in mind for Rev analogous to BBBY going back over 10? Generally unconcerned with a short-term bump in the next couple days. Pretty unconcerned, but if there's like a big IV spike, I'll take some profits, right? The ultimate bull trap? You think you want the market to crash. Remember when it was just you yelling at Stefan about indicators? Was that like a large feature of the stream? Revlon above VWAP, because it's amazing. That's understandable, average Joe. My company has turned off the air conditioning. Should I be afraid that we're running out of money? Yes. How do you play CBI tomorrow? I know you have a hedge on your puts, but if SPY moves up and you shed your puts and ride the calls or sell the calls at the top, then ride puts back down? Yeah. Yeah, that's all you do. It's like a roller coaster. That's why so many people trade the SPY, because it just goes up and down, and then sometimes it just goes up and only goes up for several years at a time. Remember when people like James Rowland would steal your DD completely and then take credit for himself by posting it on SS? Yes. That still happens. That's not over. 100% it's a heat wave. It is warm out, but it's not that warm out, I don't think. For your VIX hedge, do you buy at the money or near the money? I buy in the money. SPY puts are the hardest. Well, in a bear market, they're not. SPY day traders when the bull market starts. I guess I'm an investor now. Yeah, yeah. This past 3 to 4 months have shown me that even financial experts are morons and can't figure out when we are in a recession. I think the biggest problem is that there are no financial experts in charge of anything important because they're busy making money. Right. And so you get people like Jerome Powell, who's a lawyer, running the Federal Reserve. I need sock tips before summer sock discounts end. Please help. Do you have seasons where you live? Are you in like a 4-season climate? Or like you're gonna have a winter? You should get some wool. This is the time of year to buy them when they're at their cheapest. Ukrainian government bonds? You could. I think there's a cap on how many you can buy. How dare you diss Papa J-Pow? I mean, I'm not dissing him. It's the truth. The best part is he doesn't give a fuck. Ukrainian bond sticker, Slava? Is Jerome just not just a mouthpiece? No, he's the most powerful man in America. No, I'm saying there's people more qualified to do Jay's job. I didn't say there were people that would be better at it. $50 GME expiring Friday. I think I will let them go and take 100% premium. Thoughts? Yeah, why not? That doesn't seem like the worst. I'm not wearing any socks. Why would I be wearing socks right now? I'm inside my house. If the SPY decides to go up to 415 tomorrow, is that the end of the bear market and it will just keep going up until some bad news shows up? Not necessarily. Did you just say... No, I said qualified, not qualified. Does this look like Gex? No. With respect to risk management on my options contracts, I've been setting conditional orders on the underlying stock to place my take profit and stop loss triggers on my option. It's been working out great. What are your thoughts on this risk management approach? It seems fine. Not all brokers have that option, but it seems perfectly acceptable. Thoughtbot? Oh, I got it. If you were in Japan, what would you have changed about your business decisions during the lockdown period? JP? Do you mean Japan? I don't know what the fuck do you mean JP? I'm not in Jerome Powell. That's Christine Lagarde's deal. Jurisprudence. If you were Jerome Powell, I wouldn't have changed anything. I just never would have raised rates. I would have let the bubble pop on its own. I just want to pop in and say thank you for always keeping me supple and moisturized. You're welcome, Larry. Even though you'll always be an intern of the company, you'll always be the CEO of my heart. All right, that's it. No massages this weekend. SLD causing downs mid next week. SPY literally moassing. It's literally not. It's just moved back up to VWAP. It's up $1. SPY moassing down 40 BPS. Spread eagle is completing. Hypothetically, if you were inside Jerome Powell living in Japan during the COVID lockdown, would you be dovish or hawkish? Hawkish. Are people writing fan fiction about you? Probably. There's already some, actually. When you see the chart, do you think holy Spioli? Never. I've never thought that. I called E-Trade to ask why all buy orders for Rev contracts are being rejected. It sounds like one exchange had marked Rev as PCO by mistake. It's fixed now? Did you just fix it? I'm gonna try to buy one. I'm gonna see if you're telling me the truth. Nope. Still just canceled. Am I gonna have to sell my hedge before tomorrow? No. Okay. What do you think of the theory that shorts have effectively abandoned GME and we're just watching the continued effects of short volatility plays? Oh, you mean my theory? I like it. I just want to say thanks. I made a little money on Bobby this morning. I want to get back in, but I'm scared at anything over $9. It's reasonable. Thoughts on spanakopita? It's delicious. Puts on GME, BBY tomorrow. A terrible idea. I already bought puts on GME. So far, it's been a terrible idea. Although I suppose I could buy more. Yes, J Fresh's theory. Same person. All my rev orders are coming back rejected at every strike, not just 8. It's still rejecting 8 intermittently, but I got some to fill. The E-Trade trading desk could not tell me which exchange. How would they know that an exchange marked at PCO if they don't know what exchange it is? Loaded up near the money SPXS calls for September. Hoping to make some OPEX money. Nice. Will Jimmy most likely run down for the rest of the week? Tomorrow we still have a little bit of stabilization, but yeah. We might have lost steam, but 30 million on GMA still looks pretty good. What 30 million? Oh, the 30 minute? No, it doesn't. It looks like we peaked and we're failing. The 30 minute looks terrible. Are we looking at the same chart? This looks like ass. Wait, that's not GME. Hold on. That's the wrong one. This also looks like ass. They're basically the same, but they both look like ass. How do you spend your profits? I don't. I sold my hedge up 5K. I kind of want to sell my hedge. Like, my SPX hedge is insane right now. You can give me MOASS any day of the week. Okay. Wanna know what looks good? Revlon with its 2 volume. It looks like a rounded top recovery. Wait, are you being serious? Based on that 30 minute, do you think BBY is going back to 5? It probably won't go back to 5. But I could see it falling back like to 8. Like right around here. Like 760 on the low end, 820 on the high end. It could break back down to like 630, 650. What if OPEX isn't over at all? They just compressed obligations for like a weird period at the beginning of this year, and now everything's just back to normal, and we're overthinking the shit out of it. How much do you spend on living costs on a monthly basis? Um, it's like 6,000 between like food and bills, like rent and like utilities, phone, car insurance, car payment. Most of that's rent. We just undo yesterday. Yep. And then tomorrow we get to undo. No. We undid Friday. And then tomorrow we undo yesterday. Did you just shill yourself? I don't know. Did I? Yeah, that includes my DoorDash bill. Why do you need a car? I don't. When is the split for GME? Kendra, it was a couple weeks ago, man. Want to know what I didn't undo Friday? Rev with its 3 volume. Are you just watching the Rev chart like a hawk today, Carl? Why pay interest on a car payment? I don't. I have 0% financing. Sinus pump? You mean sinus dump? I think everyone's about to find out the only thing stabilizing our price today might have been FTDs. I don't think you understand how turgid I am for the irrationality of this stock's potential. I'm fucking sending you charts. I mean, it's true. You have sent me charts. A few of them. I think it's because you understand when I say things like feedback loop. And compounding FTDs. Like other people, like some other people hear that and they're like, "Oh, that sounds nice." But I think you might know what I mean, Carl. Why did RC force the DTCC to commit international securities fraud on a massive scale by splitting the stock of a $12 billion company? Have they figured that one out yet? It's just a split? Because, like, the dividend part is just the accounting on GameStop's side? Or are we still waiting for that revelation? Turgid. What does it mean? This looks swollen, distended. No, I don't have a Prius. I used to have a Prius a long time ago. Can you spell it? Turgid? Turgid? Like turgid. I compounded FTDs once. My doctor said it's probably going to clear up on its own, thankfully. All I know is when you say things like feedback loop and piling FTDs, it means Johnson's. I do, yeah. I mean, I spend most of my life attempting to predict the arrival of Johnsons, whether they be green or red. Are you still an AMC holder? Yes, but that's just because I haven't opened my Cash App yet. I'll fix that tonight. You know what? Fuck it. Let's see if I can log in. I couldn't log in yesterday. Might as well do this shit during market hours. Never again. I sent you a turgid DM. It's very exciting. What's going on there? Ooh, it's gotten all weird and wobbly at the tip. Those tips are commingling, dork. How no shit's drying up. There wasn't any shit. It's like a ghost poop. Jesus. That sounds exciting. Can you change the colors of those? So I know which one's crossing which one. Is that the down crossing the up or the up crossing the down? You should add the hashtag the Johnson Whisperer. I don't really want to spend a lot of my time whispering to Johnsons. I intentionally didn't say green or red, but those who know what's up. Thank you, Cooley. Rev doing a volume candle. Hold on. Wait, no, let's get rid of this one. Hey! Fucking Rev's outperforming everything today. Well, it's outperforming GME and BBBY. Did the tips do more than touch? Did they envelop each other and then rub back and forth? Yeah. Frottage. The tips are frotting. What's up, Buckle Up, Jen? Everyone say hi to Buckle Up, Jen. Can we do a monthly salary pool? I spend 4 months on my salary in a month. My rent's $3,500 a month. I will not say hi. Mr. Diggs, don't be like that just because I wouldn't let you stand outside my house anymore at night. It's hard for me to sleep when you do that. That's dirt cheap for Manhattan. I know. But you have 6 windows and 2 UV lights at the entry. How do you afford to live there when you don't spend any money in the first place? Wait, what? Bull milk overdose, 69. Congratulations, leftover beefcake. Good job, man. I think everyone's secretly jealous of the attention that Buckle Up Jen gets, and that's why they won't say hi. Well, that's just ridiculous. For Revlon, FTDs must be covered. Rev has like no float, thus high volume creates more FTDs. And once the ratio is high enough, FTDs create more FTDs until liquidity, raising price. Yes. The less here, you want to hear something really fucking crazy? Wait for this. The less liquid a stock is, the more volume it will trade. Wait, I thought Rev 8 calls were PCO. I just bought like 5 for September 9th. Oh, I have September 9th Rev calls. They're not PCO. It's the January ones that are PCO for some reason. If we dump when the CPI data comes out, do you cut the call hedge? Yeah. It's pretty short dated. I bought the GME 55s back earlier and I sold 40s and 42s today. That's not true, Dominic Joseph. Makes sense. Need to get shares from somewhere. Just nom up that order book. Yeah. Yeah, but and MM shouldn't be able to PCO a strike, right? That should have to come from the OCC. Remember, market makers have a duty to provide a liquid options chain. Not that, not liquid duty, liquid options. It's with a T. Duty. Not duty, like a poop. Rev is the most illiquid stock out there, and the volume is crashing. So how does that thing you said work again? About illiquid stocks having to trade at volume? You'll see. Also, don't forget that, like, 2 days last week, it traded, like, 30 times its float, right? More? I think it might have been more. 819, 415C, 2 out of the money to hedge my puts. Going into tomorrow. Should it be nearer the money? They're a bit pricey. Would 3 DTE be too little theta? Mine are 3 DTE. But they're just at the money. Yeah, but that was criminal, so it doesn't count. I mean, it does. Holy Spioli. FTD, failure to duty. I mean, technically, yeah. They're a bunch of duty boofers. $25 GME after August OPEX? Maybe. After August OPEX. We could see it. More likely to see it before than after, though. PCO on Rev, $8.19, $8 puts. $8 puts? Really? Man, they're just fucking locking down all kinds of strikes. So $8.19, $8 puts, January and February 2023, $8 calls. So weird. I sold some $8.19, $7 CSPs earlier. Tried to sell more and it was PCO'd. What the fuck? Oh, they don't want people selling CSPs. Yeah, it flips their gamma hedge. Interesting. Maybe I don't know, the market makers, the OCC? Yeah, Revlon. I mean, kind of crime, but not. Why did they short it when I said that? Rude. Oh, Revlon's not clearing its outstanding, like its FTDs at all. It's just creating more, like every day. What's your PT for Tesla? For the downside? I kind of already hit it. I have stops, but I really should sell off like another chunk of these puts. Yeah, fuck it. I don't want to carry that much exposure. Fidelity isn't letting me open CSP on Rev. At any strike? When are you looking to pick up more Jan 23 Rev calls? Either when they're much cheaper or much more expensive than they currently are. Watch, Ryan Cohen's gonna like double down tonight. 15 minutes before market close. I only say that because he really likes to do shit like that. Yeah, we might get a better entry next week. Or into the latter half of this week. Revlon has a hearing to remain on the NYSE October 13th. Why would they be booted off the NYSE? They meet all the liquidity requirements. Seven CSP 3 August error. This option security is restricted from online opening trades or restricted to closing trades only. For more information, please contact a Fidelity representative. So do that. Ah, interesting. What if MM can prove that non-synthetic volume is less than 10,000 a day? No, they wouldn't. It's just exchange volume. It's not non-synthetic. Bipolar bull censored. I'm a bull. Also, fuck the mod that out me in timeout. Okay. I'll let them know. Who timed out bipolar bull? When will Rev FTD fail due? 35 calendar days? Yeah. Five times today the same short ladder has happened on Rev. Short ladder? There's no short ladder attacks. It's not trading any volume. Would you consider PCO strikes of their choosing as crime? Yeah? Sure. It's all crime. I thought you read the DDs, man. Announced today that staff of NYSE regulation is determined to commence proceedings to delist Class A common stock of Revlon. Well, now we have a now we have a window, right? Wasn't Spurt gonna get delisted? Tell me I'm your best friend. You're alright. You explain them not wanting people to sell CSPs. The market maker doesn't want to be like they don't want to be long calls. So it's ideal for them if people don't sell because they'd have to hedge up. But I don't know if like the PCO thing is, you know, the market maker necessarily. It's very odd that the at the money strikes would be PCO'd. Is that Rev delisting statement factual? I don't know. I don't have a source. Rev getting delisted? Bullish. Exactly, Carl. Now you're learning. Look at how much drama there is surrounding Revlon all of a sudden. Just in the last few days. It's getting delisted. They're getting loans. CFOs are retiring. Earnings are randomly coming out before market open. Fails are sky high. I want to see Rev story was from June. Okay. Is that still going through though? Like, can we look up the hearing date or whatever? Do shorts need to cover? I'd imagine. I can see you, Space Banana. What's up? Rev can appeal if they want to keep trading. Okay. Are you gonna live stream Rev's delisting hearing? Alright, Carl. Calm down. Is it another chart? What's this? Security is subject to a regulatory circuit breaker. Whoa, what? What? Click there. It's loading. If my call doesn't appear on the chain anymore, does that mean the value is stagnant from now on? No, why would your call not appear on the chain anymore? RCB displays next to the action field in the trade tab. Reg show circuit breaker is in effect for the stock. Security and Exchange Commission has adopted amendments to regulation show under Rule 201. SEC has established short sale related circuit breaker. If triggered, will impose a restriction on when and or at what price a security may be sold short. Short sale related circuit breakers will be triggered for a security when its price declines by 10% or more from the prior day's trading value within normal market hours. The regulatory circuit breaker. Oh, so it's just, this is just that's like Schwab's warning for SSR. Although, when the fuck did Revlon hit 10% down? Yeah, it's just the uptick rule. But why? How? What? Is there any reason the uptick rule isn't stated otherwise? Feathers M, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord after the stream, and I'll get you added to the country club, dude. I don't understand when it would have hit like a 10% downside. Was it from yesterday's open? No, because it would have been. It has to be 10% from the previous close. It didn't drop 10% there, did it? Oh, it did. It did hit SSR today. Just barely, but I think it hit it. It was like 10.06%. That's fucking exciting. I didn't know it hit SSR. Interesting. Where the fuck do they get liquidity? I mean, I guess they're only shorting through the MM, but... There's no ETFs. That means it's on SSR tomorrow, too. It hit SSR, but, like, Carl sent me a weird screenshot that made it seem like it was something else. Am I asked tomorrow and rev them because of SSR? No. SSR is meaningless on GME because GME has... it's more important on Revlon. I mean, they're just gonna short synthetically, like, through the DMM, but, it's still gonna, like, all of that's gonna fail, right? Did we discuss that Revlon common equity holders petition court for official equity committee? No. Rev PT? I don't know. I'd be happy if it hit like 12 or 15, but if it squeezes, it could run really high. How certain that Rev is not in any ETFs? Is there a database of ETFs and their participants? Yeah. Do they simply have to keep digging a deeper hole, or they have to cut their losses? I like 12.5 as a PT. It's a decent one. Are we getting delisted? I just bought in yesterday. If CBI comes out positive, will it have much of an effect on GME tomorrow? I mean, no more than just like the market moving up. Make me mod so I can put him in timeout. Fluffy put me in timeout in retaliation. I'm not gonna make you a moderator. Well, liquidity has to come in. Matthias. Are you prepared for the bemoaning in here when Rev gets delisted? It would be the ultimate finality of the Revlon story. I don't see a formal request by the company to not delist. They had 10 days from the date of the 16th, and then NYSE goes into delist proceedings. Interesting. Hmm. Are they trying to like go private? Was that before or after their $1.4 billion bankruptcy loan? It was before, but they haven't filed anything. I have a Revlon 8C for Jan 2024. The date isn't on the options chain now, neither is Jan 2023. Explain, if you can, what this will mean for my calls. I would call your brokerage, Alethea. If the stock gets delisted after I've sold CSPs, do I just get the premium? I mean, you'll probably just get assigned on valueless shares. This article is from June 16th. The second day Rev hit $1. Yeah, see, like at that valuation, I could see it be getting delisted. Are they sure that the NYSE didn't pull back the proceedings after the price came back up? New infinite money glitch. Sell CSPs on companies going bankrupt. It's not confirmed. I gotta look into it more. Does Rev delisting increase the chance of a run? I currently hold September 9, 10 Cs. I mean, it could. Longs recall their shares to sell, right? What would happen if Jimmy closes above 40 today? Not much. That's dead. They already burned off all the $40 calls. Please put this information to B and read page 59. 59 of what? Thank you, DMD the image. This from the 10Q on page 59. There's a court date in October. Seems pretty definitive. They're not expecting to be delisted until at least October 13th. So we have August and September OPEX to play with still. As previously disclosed on June 16th, 2022, company received a letter from the staff of NYSE Regulation Inc. that is determined to commence proceedings to delist Class A common stock of the company from the New York Stock Exchange. NYSE Regulation reached its decision that the company is no longer suitable for listing pursuant to NYSE Listed Company Manual Section 802.01D. After the company disclosed on June 16th, 2022, that it commenced the Chapter 11 cases, on June 15th, 2022, the company appealed the NYSE's delisting decision in a timely manner and requested a hearing before the NYSE. The date of the hearing has been set for October 13th, 2022. At this time, provided the company continues to comply with NYSE's ongoing listing requirements, the company currently expects that its Class A common stock will continue to be listed and trade on the NYSE pending resolution of the appeal. There can be no assurance that the NYSE will grant the company's request for continued listing at the hearing, and whether there will be equity value in the company's Class A common stock. The company does not know the timing of any delisting event if the outcome of the appeal is adverse. All right. Please forward proceeds to Fluffy. This is his monthly bribe money to keep me out of timeout. Fluffy, if you're timing out Bipolar Bear, which for some reason I doubt, don't anymore for like today. Thank you, Yaga. Yeah, I haven't got a chance to read through that yet. The 10Q or the 8K. Rev moving over to the Jimmy Erica NFT stock exchange. Thinking about getting back into Bobby. When you got used to buying a stack at 5, it feels wrong to buy it at almost double the price. Fair. I can't argue that. That was it by me anyway. Well, he's been complaining about it for like an hour. And the timeouts are only 300 seconds. What cliffhanger? These Rev delisting vibes are so hot. I can't wait to lose all my money on the company. It's going to be exciting. Andreas, welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much, dude. Late to the party, full bull on the D list. It's exciting. Another spurt run incoming, right? Is that how they get out of their shorts? They just delist it? Well, no, because longs on the stock are going to recall all their shares, right? So they can sell out before it gets delisted. Hopefully. I sent you a message in Quantcord. Is it exciting? Revlon's not listed. Well, yeah, because they appealed. I just read there's a section on it in the 10Q. Okay, let me know what TDA says about the strikes. Rev Q for MOASS. No, it's the recall that's important, Grizz, not the actual sale. Now that it's cleared, can they push Rev obligations to ETS, or is it unavoidable at this point? Well, Rev would have to be put back in ETFs, which would cause buying, which would cause more fails. Are you expecting more low until OPEX? Yeah, I am, at least. Not sure I'm following the delisting stuff. They have a hearing on in October. Would the NYSE delist Rev to protect the MM? Hmm. Good question. When you make $1 million on Rev, can you at least fulfill my week-long dream of you saying whale taints for MOASS? Well, I already said it. There you go. The statement that you read aloud sounded like they're pretty sure they aren't getting delisted. Well, as long as they continue to follow NYSE's listing guidelines. Is Revlon going to be the ultimate comeback kid? $1.4 billion in fresh cash and a line of beauty products no one wants to buy. Has the Rev thesis changed at all? I don't think so. I think it can show back up on Reg Show tonight, but it may be a little bit longer before it does. I've been listed since 1996. Made 600 in premiums, lost 4,500 in the underlying. Is that what I'm supposed to do? Congratulations. Does Reg Show affect OPEX? No. It could amplify it. You can't short a stock that's on Reg Show unless you have a pre-borrow agreement. Cutting BB by yesterday morning and the rest this morning. Okay, with entering back into this price, but do you picture a better entry this or next week? Shout out to my new bitch in the chat. I don't know who that is, but yeah, I could see it dropping lower over the next like week and a half. I'm about to sell my hedge again. Yeah, it's very enticing, I know. What's BBBY doing? Man, just no $10 for it after this morning. Ref-related DM. Spent 30 minutes on the phone with TDA. Rep came back, and the first thing he said was, wow, so the trade resolution team is calling the MMs right now because they can't figure out why this is going on. I should be getting a call back with an answer within 10 minutes. Oh, this is just like, this kind of shit gets me so bullish. Closing out weird strikes. Stopping the sale of CSPs. How do you think we look going into tomorrow for GME? Kind of like shit. There's some ETF FTDs tomorrow, but pretty slim. I just read it. Wait, didn't I? Did I read it out loud or did I just read it to myself? Hold on. Revlon can get sued by investors for market manipulation. If they come out and say we are confident that the proceedings at the delisting hearing and they get delisted, the language would be different in that statement if they weren't confident that they aren't delisted. It had a couple of things that covered their ass in case they are delisted, but they're confident in my opinion. Okay. Noted. Okay, I did read it, right? Okay. Just rewind the stream like a second. Secure. Cost of borrow has been decreasing. Yeah, but not a lot. The cost of borrow is still insanely high. And shares aren't like being returned in mass, right? You're just seeing the CTB drop. Check Quantcord. TDA official statement. Those strikes have been marked as PCO by the exchange outside of TDA control. Okay, but for what reason? And which exchange? Like CBOE or is the OCC making them PCO? Weirdest chat room. Rev's getting delisted and everyone has FOMO. I mean, it's exciting, right? Nothing like witnessing the death throes of a great beast. We're not telling you, right? What's behind the $8 strike options, Kenny? Position close only, KF Tunes. He says he's never seen specific strikes marked that way. And when you were talking to him, did you get the sense that he was like an idiot or he knew what he was talking about? So if they keep turning off the buy button on Rev at 8, sounds like 750 is the best way to fuck them. It's a different hole. Can I still trade my SPY puts? 415. I'm trying to decide to sell some of my puts for profit and reposition in. An AM is a hedge against the increased possibility. So I had 415s also, and I sold them earlier today when it was trading around 410. I mean, obviously, you can do what you want with yours. You're in the money, but there is some risk tomorrow. Kirk will be my wingman at my marriage with Mac Horrors. No. Why do you need a wingman at your wedding? Trading desk jockey? Idiot? The manager seemed intelligent. Okay. Interesting. We find out who the options exchange is for Revlon. I'd imagine like CBOE. Critical margin is at 8. Well, it's not, right? It would be at like 8.5 or 9. CPI data comes out at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Revlon's not closing it. Or BBY, I don't think it's going to close at 10. There's still a lot of gamma at $10. A lot less than there was earlier, but there's still a lot. The dicks must be insane. Well, I mean, they haven't released data on it, so obviously, right? Like when they stop releasing the dark pool data for one ticker. That's like the only one that's not on the list in the NYSE. Yeah, you only get the premium. That's the max. The profit it's showing you is the amount the premium has dropped since you sold the call. Should we all make a big stink to the SEC about this stuff? Nah, they're not going to do anything. Why would we want them to stop doing this kind of shit? Ding ding. Yeah, it's really best if wait, what did Rev do? It closed below critical margin. Good game, everyone. SPY lowest volume since 11/11/21. Yeah, it doesn't look bullish, does it? So let's start. I guess we'll start with GME. So GME dropping below $40 today. We saw a really significant chunk of the open gamma open above 40, sold off here. Traded up as the bulls came back in to the end of the day, but not sufficiently. I don't think we're going to see a lot of gamma exposure from this tomorrow. The $40 call in the money, but there's far fewer of them now. And you know, with the 50s and 45s sold off, the hedge is weakening. So GME not looking super great into tomorrow, but we should still have some stabilization from ETF FTDs, provided that the market doesn't take a big dive on the CPI data. Revlon, I'll do next. So Revlon trading pretty flat for the day, actually. Down the least out of these other meme stocks. Or whatever the politically correct term for them is. But closing just below $8 at the end of the day. relatively flat on 1.42 million volume. You know, they're trying to trade as little volume as possible in order to reduce the amount of fails. I think we're still trying to dig into what's going on with the position close only strikes on certain long calls and apparently on CSPs as well. As for BBBY, they slammed it right below $10, avoiding that big hedge that would have been staring them down tomorrow. Where did it go? Hold on. And did not let it climb back up above that today. There's still a ton of open OI at 10, but significantly less than there was this morning. So yeah, they were able to, you know, kind of push it down and get long positions to capitulate. This will also reduce the gamma exposure for BBBY going into tomorrow, and BBBY doesn't really have any ETF FTDs, so price stabilization may fall out from under this into the end of the week. Remember that we have OPEX coming up, so if you're looking to re-enter on the long side, hopefully IV crushes down a little bit going into CPI and SLD next Wednesday. Reg show updates, I think, at 10 p.m. As for the SPY, another rejection this morning off of that high trend line at like 413, 414-ish. Basically down into the end of the day, 40 BPS from last night's close. Extremely low volume, as noted before, the lowest since November of 2021. The CPI data tomorrow is going to be crucial for predicting the SPY's behavior over the next 5 days until SLD begins. Right now, very important resistances to the upside are 414, to the downside 405. And we'll be looking to see what happens tomorrow morning. Obviously, a lot of that all hinges on the CPI and then PPI data following on Thursday. Wholesale inventories as well to some extent at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Citadel's DMM for Rev options. Exciting. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good one.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.